Chapter 4400. In the outer realm, the races of the myriad worlds gathered. In the beginning, no one knew if there were any living beings in the outer realm. They only knew that many people from the myriad worlds would settle down in the outer realm after leaving their homeworld and even pass down their bloodlines. It was precisely because of this that the ancestors of most of the natives in the outer realm came from the myriad realms. However, some clans only knew that their ancestors came from the myriad worlds due to their long history, but they didn't know which realm they came from. In the outer realm, even the strongest powerhouses from the myriad worlds didn't dare to act as casually as they did in their homeworld. This was because there might be stronger powerhouses in the outer realm. The waters in the outer realm were very deep. Duan Tian had heard about this from the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Xia clan when he was still in the divine offering land. Therefore, he was mentally prepared for this. According to the ancestor of the Xia family, even the most powerful existences in the top 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds might not be able to do as they please in the outer land. This was because the Xia clan's ancestor had heard 2 rumors when he was traveling in the outer realm. They were both about the hidden powerhouses in the outer realm. It was said that 2 hidden powerhouses had fought with 2 of the top existences in 2 of the 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds and even repelled them. Some people also said that the 2 hidden powerhouses were actually the same person. In any case, the natives of the outer realm were not to be underestimated. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Now, the Dancing Sun City that Duan Tian was going to was a city controlled by the 5 native forces in the outer realm. All the rules in the city were set by the 5 forces. It could be said that they were the rulers of the Dancing Sun City. The rules were set by them, and the ones who maintained the rules were naturally their people. Is the Dancing Sun City in front? Duan Tian rushed for a while. Finally, after many days, he saw a huge city leaning on the side of a continuous mountain range. This city wasn't on a plain. It was a mountain city, and half of the city was built in the mountains. Of course, even if it was built in the mountains, it was still surrounded by walls. As for the other half of the Dancing Sun City, it was not open to the public. In fact, it was forbidden for outsiders to approach because it was where the 5 great clans that controlled the Dancing Sun City were located. This place was also known as the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in the inner city, not all of the 5 great clans were stationed there. There were also some markets for doing business as well as practice grounds for sparring. These were all shared by the 5 great clans who controlled the city. The inner city's market square was the internal market square of the 5 great clans. As for the outer city, it didn't refuse anyone. No matter where you came from, they wouldn't stop you from coming. However, since they were here, they had to abide by the rules. If you don't follow the rules, the Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team will punish you. The law enforcement team was jointly managed by the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City. They were a team formed by all 5 clans. Among them, the captain's strength was extremely tyrannical. Under the realm of utmost powerful warriors, they could suppress more than 99% of the people. If they really encountered someone who couldn't be suppressed, the law enforcement team would send a message back to the inner city, and there would immediately be a supreme expert who would personally suppress the intruder. Because of this, the law and order in the Dancing Sun City was very good. At least, Duan Tian had this feeling when he walked into the Dancing Sun City. In the Dancing Sun City, everything was orderly. The people who came and went were all very well-mannered. Even if there were occasionally people who saw people on the road, they would take the initiative to avoid them. In addition, there was no sign of the law enforcement team. Looks like it's just as they said. The law enforcement team of a city like the Dancing Sun City is usually hidden in the dark. Unless something happens, they won't come out. Duan Tian thought to himself. The Dancing Sun City occupied a large area. It was not inferior to any of the cities that Duan Tian had seen in the God-defying realm. Of course, this included the inner city. Although looking in from the sky outside the Dancing Sun City, the inner city was shrouded in fog, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. However, the outline of the inner city's walls could be seen clearly. As for why there was such a dense fog in the sky above the inner city, it was not difficult for Duan Tian to guess. It was definitely because the 5 great clans had set up a formation to conceal everything inside. Regarding this, he was not surprised at all. Not to mention the outer realm, even in the god-defying realm, those powerful forces that were stationed in the city would do the same. There were even some city leaders who directly prohibited people from flying into the city. In the Dancing Sun City, there were no restrictions on flying. Even if you flew over the inner city, as long as you did not have any ill intentions, no one would care about you. Of course, if you were to cause trouble in the sky above the inner city, then the law enforcement team of the Dancing Sun City would not be pushovers. I came this time, in addition to inquiring about the outer realm and understanding the outer realm further. I also want to inquire about the city behind Wang Yuan's family and see if I can find out. If I can find out, then I'll make a trip there and solve his request. With my current strength, it won't be difficult to complete his request. This time, Duan Lingtian had always remembered his purpose for coming to the Dancing Sun City. Although he had heard about the outer realm before leaving the god-defying realm, it was only a small part of the outer realm. There were more things in the outer realm that he still needed to understand and come into contact with on his own. He did not plan to stay in the Dancing Sun City for long. However, sometimes, there were many things that were out of one's control. After staying in the Dancing Sun City for a few days to understand the outer realm further and find out the approximate location of the city where Wang Yuan's family was located, Duan Lingtian, who was preparing to leave the next day, was alarmed the night before. He stayed in an inn which was also the property of one of the 5 great families in the Dancing Sun City. The environment was not bad. Duan Lingtian had just returned and sat cross-legged on the bed in the guest room when he heard a loud sound coming from outside. The sound seemed to be far away, but it was very ear-piercing, like a clap of thunder. Then, there was a commotion outside. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he immediately walked out of the guest room. Soon, he heard a series of anxious exclamations. I heard that a demon venerable is leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Oh no! The Dancing Sun City has been surrounded. What's the rush? The Dancing Sun City is protected by the 5 great beings. Even if a demon venerable dares to invade, he'll be crippled if not killed. The one who came seems to be the one from the Qiming Mountain. What? Is it true? Is really the one from the Qiming Mountain? Oh my God! How did the Dancing Sun City offend that person? The exclamations caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn slightly solemn. At the same time, he felt that he was slightly unlucky. He had just arrived in the outer realm not long ago, and he had already encountered trouble time and time again. When he had just arrived, he had appeared in an ocean and had to fight with a great demon. Then, he had mistakenly entered the Crimson Devil Ridge and was imprisoned by the Crimson Devil. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Now, he had finally escaped the Crimson Devil's control and successfully arrived at the Dancing Sun City that was said to be very safe. However, he encountered a demon venerable leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what a demon venerable meant. It meant that the demon venerable was the strongest among the great demons. It's just a demon venerable. There are 5 great beings guarding the Dancing Sun City. Why would they be afraid of a mere great demon? However, they don't seem to think that the 5 great beings would be able to defeat the demon venerable. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. Chapter 4401. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a difference in strength between supreme experts. And now, according to the surrounding crowd, the demon sovereign of the Qiming Mountain, that omnipotent great demon, was obviously much stronger than the 5 omnipotent great demons of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City. But, even if the 5 supreme experts join forces, they still can't beat it? Seeing the fear in the people around him, Duan Lingtian's face became very serious. How powerful was the supreme expert of the great demon that it was not afraid of the 5 supreme experts joining forces? A woo, roar, 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 roar. Before Duan Lingtian could recover from the shock in his heart, the roars of the demonic beasts entered his ears like thunder. These sounds were getting closer and closer. In addition, He could hear the rumbling of buildings being flattened. The great demon of the dark Qi mountain is coming. Run! Run! People around him jumped into the air and fled in all directions. Bang! A loud sound rang out as an ape-type great demon suddenly appeared in the sky above the inn. Its huge body seemed to blot out the sky as it stomped down on the two of them. During this process, a terrifying force swept the two people and exploded them into a bloody mist. Humans are too weak. After the giant ape stomped the two people to death, its huge foot sank into the courtyard at the side of the inn. At the same time, it casually threw out 2 punches. The terrifying fist force wreaked havoc, killing the fleeing figures one after another. Of course, there were also some people who escaped because they were stronger. In the inn, sand and stones were flying everywhere. Everyone was fleeing. However, not long after, some people let out desperate cries. Then, there were loud sounds coming from the surroundings. Obviously, there were other great demons around. This is just an ordinary great demon of the dark Qi mountain. Looking at the giant ape in front of him, Duan Lingtian seemed to be calm, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Although this giant ape was not as strong as the great demons of the sea that he met when he came to the outer world, it was not far away. Moreover, this was only one of the greater demons that had attacked the Dancing Sun City this time. In the eyes of the giant ape, the humans in front of it were its prey. Any human who saw it would flee in all directions, and it enjoyed the pleasure of an eagle catching a chick. However, a moment later, he discovered that in this huge human courtyard, there was a human standing there motionlessly as if he was possessed. Scared silly by me? The giant ape subconsciously thought so. However, this human gigolo is really an eyesore standing there. The one targeted by the giant ape was none other than Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same place and did not move at all. The giant ape in front of him was not a threat to him. I can smash such a gigolo human to death with one punch. With that thought in mind, the huge ape casually threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. Immediately, lightning shot out in all directions. The huge ape was proficient in the law of lightning. At the same time, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light appeared. In the outer world, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light was equivalent to the heavenly anomaly of 1,000,000 miles of light in the reverse God realm battlefield. Such a level of law was considered good even among upper-level ultimate gods. The giant ape was also a upper ultimate god great demon. In the face of the giant ape's punch, Duan Lingtian did not meet it head-on nor did he dodge. He just waved his hand and the power of the law of space swept out and directly dissolved the force of the giant ape's punch. The entire process was understated. The giant ape's pupils shrank sharply at this moment. This human is so strong. The giant ape's heart trembled and he did not dare to be careless. Blood chi surrounded his body as he used his trump card, the power of blood of his clan. A moment later, blood energy appeared around the giant ape's body and intertwined with the lightning. It looked like blood-colored lightning. Then the giant ape charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time he was completely serious. However, in the face of the giant ape's all-out attack, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and directly sent the giant ape flying. With a loud thud, the giant ape landed in a corner of the inn and crushed a large number of buildings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported closer. The sword in his hand flashed as he condensed his divine power into a sword. He placed it in front of the giant ape's huge head and pointed it between its eyebrows. "You're no match for me," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the giant ape indifferently. Although he easily crushed the giant ape, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the giant ape. He did not even intend to let the giant ape see blood. What a joke! This giant ape was only one of the many great demons in the Qiming Mountain. If he killed or seriously injured this great demon, he might attract a group of great demons to besiege him. At that time, even if he could fight against all the demons alone, he would become the target of everyone. He might even be targeted by the demon venerable of the Qiming Mountain. Once he was targeted by that supreme great demon, he would definitely die. "Human, why don't you kill me?" The giant ape struggled to get up and looked at the pretty boy in front of him blankly. For the first time, it felt that this pretty boy was quite pleasing to the eye. In the face of the giant ape's question, Duan Lingtian ignored it and flew away in a flash. This was because he had already spread out his divine consciousness and found that several great demons were rushing in his direction. It was as if they had sensed the giant ape's danger. This giant ape is popular. No, it's popular. Demonic fate is not bad. In just a short while, there are already other great demons rushing over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he flew away. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian moved like a loach in the middle of the battle between the great demons and humans. Occasionally, some great demons would attack him, but he would easily avoid them. With his strength, as long as the supreme great demon of the Qiming Mountain did not attack him personally, he could definitely protect himself in front of the other great demons of the Qiming Mountain. That human is very strong. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had been targeted by several extremely powerful great demons. In the void, there were 3 great demons gathered together. One was a flying great demon, one was a walking great demon, and one was a scaled great demon. At this moment, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. The one who spoke first was the walking great demon of the 3 demons. This walking great demon had a body as large as a mountain. It looked like a tiger or leopard, but its head was like a deer. It also had 3 antlers on its head. If there was a human or great demon familiar with the Qiming Mountain here, they would definitely be shocked when they saw these 3 demons. This was because these were the 3 demons of the Qiming Mountain, second only to the Demon Master. They were the best of the best among the superior ultimate gods. Taiyu, your adopted son was almost killed by him just now. You really can sit still. The flying great demon chuckled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Haha. Taiyu must have noticed that the human did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, how could he sit still? The scaled great demon laughed and said, however, that human strength is indeed very strong. Even we may not be his match if we don't use the supreme divine weapon given by the Demon Master. Such a strong human, could he be from the 5 great clans? Not necessarily. If he was from the 5 great clans, he would have already gone to the inner city. Why would he run in the opposite direction? At this moment, the direction Duan Lingtian was heading in was the opposite direction of the outer city wall. He did not want to stay in this place any longer. He wanted to leave. He did not kill a single demon of the Qiming Mountain, so he did not really offend the Qiming Mountain. Even if the supreme great demon of the Qiming Mountain found out that he wanted to leave, he might not have the time to stop him personally. As for the other demons, he was not afraid at all. Those great demons would not be able to stop him. Just as Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to the city wall and evading many great demons along the way, Qiming Demon Master, are you provoking the 5 of us? A loud and heavy voice came from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice was thunderous and filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, the voice spread throughout Dancing Sun City. End of chapter. Chapter 4402. Humph! Before Duan Lingtian could react, he heard a thunderous snort above his head. Zhong Yuanjue, you're getting worse and worse. How can you ask such a stupid question? Today, I, Qi Ming, am not only going to provoke all of you, but I'm going to kill all of you and annihilate the 5 great clans. As soon as the voice left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived near the city wall, saw beams of light emitting a terrifying aura descending from the sky and surrounding the entire Dancing Sun City like a cage. The walls of the Dancing Sun City were completely surrounded. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the light beam that easily vaporized the city wall. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine waters warning rang in his little world. Little Tian, this supreme powerhouse has sealed off the entire city. His energy has shrouded the entire area. Don't act recklessly. If you forcefully attack the light beam, you'll suffer a backlash. If you haven't comprehended the law to the perfection stage, you'll definitely die. Although your sword Tao is strong, it'll only lead to a greater backlash. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was extremely solemn. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had not completely sealed off the little world in his body. Instead, he would occasionally open a crack so that the world-cleansing divine water could monitor the situation in the outside world. If he had allowed the world-cleansing divine water to monitor the surroundings in advance, he would not have entered the Crimson Devil Ridge. This time, the divine tree of life had expended a lot of energy to help him escape from the little world in the Crimson Devil Ridge. The 5 divine elements had also expended a lot of energy. However, since Duan Lingtian needed the world-cleansing divine water, the other 4 divine elements were willing to bear the burden as well. For this reason, the other 4 divine elements had expended a lot more energy than the world-cleansing divine water, causing them to fall into a deep sleep again. The world-cleansing divine water, on the other hand, did not need to fall into a deep sleep again. "What should I do now?" Duan Lingtian asked. At this moment, his heart could not help but race. He could not help but feel nervous. After all, this was a battle between supreme powerhouses. They could easily destroy an entire city and kill him as well. "Don't leave this city by force," the world-cleansing divine water said in a deep voice. "For now, it's best for them to mingle with the Qiming Mountain's high-level ultimate gods. The Qiming Mountain's supreme expert will take their safety into consideration, even if he's fighting the 5 supreme experts in Dancing Sun City. Correspondingly, the 5 supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City will also consider the safety of their juniors. Although you can also sneak into the 5 great clans, I have a feeling that this person from the Qiming Mountain will win this battle. If you sneak into the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and this man from the Qiming Mountain wins, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Choice. Another choice. He realized that ever since he arrived in the outer realm, he had been making a choice, and it was a choice between life and death. In fact, with his current strength, he could not be considered weak even in the outer realm. Apart from the supreme experts, it would be difficult to find a peak high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the perfection stage who could stop him. "Sister Water, do you think I should choose to mingle with the Qiming Mountain's great demons?" Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water. "But, Sister Water, I'm human after all. They're demons. Will they be willing to coexist peacefully with me?" "Why should we coexist peacefully?" The world-cleansing divine water said indifferently, "You should follow them wherever they gather. If they attack you, all you have to do is defend yourself. Do you think they have the ability to kill you? Moreover, in my opinion, you should follow the giant monkey who attacked you earlier. You spared his life earlier. Based on their character, they won't bite the hand that feeds them." Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that it had recognized the giant monkey. "Sister Water, are you that pessimistic about the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City?" Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He kept having the feeling that it was slightly rash to entrust his life to a supreme expert of the Nether Qi Mountain. "That's not the case." The world-cleansing divine water said, "Since the supreme expert of the Qiming Mountain dares to come here so openly, it means he's confident. The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City might have some trump cards up their sleeves as well. The choice I'm giving you is actually the safest choice. Think about it. If you mingle with the people of the 5 great clans and the supreme expert of the Qiming Mountain wins, do you think he'll spare a human like you? If you mingle with the supreme experts of the Qiming Mountain, even if the supreme expert of the Qiming Mountain loses, the supreme experts of the 5 great clans won't kill a human like you. At that time, you can just choose a few supreme experts and kill them. At that time, the people of the 5 great clans might have a good impression of you and might even invite you to join their clans. There are only a handful of higher ultimate gods like you even in the 5 major clans." Duan Lingtian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intentions after listening to its words. At the same time, he realized the world-cleansing divine water had chosen the safest path for him. Whoosh! With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he began to travel through the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, Dancing Sun City was filled with broken walls. The originally bustling streets were now in ruins along with the collapse of the roadside houses. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. Moreover, along the way, Duan Lingtian could see blood everywhere. In some places, the blood seemed to have transformed into a small stream that flowed endlessly through the ruins. Many people were still trying to escape, but they were all killed by the supreme experts. Occasionally, a few of the stronger ones would be besieged by the supreme experts. Although the 5 great clans' businesses were located in the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, the people of the 5 great clans who were in the businesses immediately returned to the inner city when the incident happened in the city. The Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team had also returned to the 5 great clans. They could usually do whatever they wanted in the Dancing Sun City and maintain the law and order of the city because the people they had to deal with were limited in strength. Moreover, they were backed by the 5 great clans. But this time, the ones who had barged into the Dancing Sun City were a group of demonic beasts led by an extremely powerful great demon. They were not something the enforcers could contend against. They even received a message from their clans asking them to return to their clans as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. As for those who were not from the 5 great clans, they were naturally abandoned. Found it! Soon, Duan Lingtian found the giant ape who attacked the inn and was defeated by him. At this moment, the giant ape was no longer alone. There were 2 other beasts beside him. One of the beasts was a flying beast. Its body was covered in golden feathers that shone with a sharp luster. The other beast was also a flying beast. Its body was black and looked like a bat. There were dark green lines on its body. Vaguely, one could see blood vessels crisscrossing on them. It looked very horrifying. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared near the giant ape and the other 2 great demons. At this moment, the 3 great demons had joined forces to destroy a towering building. Moreover, they were killing those who were trying to escape. Many people begged for mercy, but it was no use. Corpses were everywhere and wails were everywhere. "It's you!" Finally, the giant ape noticed Duan Lingtian. Its pupils shrank and its huge body seemed to be frightened. It staggered back a few steps. At this moment, the other 2 great demons had also regained their senses. They no longer continued to chase after the person who had fled. Instead, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. "What are you going to do?" The giant ape looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with fear. Chapter 4403. Although the giant ape did not have any ill feelings towards the human in front of it, since the human had the ability to kill it, he had spared its life. Although humans and demons were different, it did not stop it from remembering the human's kindness of sparing its life. Their tribe had always been straightforward and did not have any tricks up their sleeves. Now that the human had appeared again, the first thought that appeared in its mind was whether the human had changed his mind and came back to kill it. Nothing much. Faced with the giant ape's vigilance, Duan Lingtian merely smiled. "I just saw that the battle between the ultimate powerhouses is about to begin, so I wanted to find someone to watch and chat with. I've just arrived in Dancing Sun City, and I don't know anyone, so I wanted to find you to watch and chat with." "That's all?" The giant ape frowned. It was obvious that it did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He still remembered that his foster father had told him that humans were very cunning. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the 2 flying demons beside him turned their sharp gazes to Duan Lingtian. "Ta Meng Sha, you know this human?" "He's the human who defeated me earlier." The giant ape stared at Duan Lingtian as it replied to its companion in a deep voice. "So it's him." When the 2 flying demons heard this, they looked at Duan Lingtian again with a hint of fear. After all, their strength was only on par with the giant ape and Ta Meng Sha. "Human." After a while, the big demon that looked like a bat stared at Duan Lingtian. Its eyes shone with wisdom as it said in a deep voice, "We owe you a favor for sparing Ta Meng Sha earlier. We'll repay you for sparing his life. Now that you're here, I don't think it's as simple as watching the battle between the ultimate powerhouses, right? You want to use this as an excuse to escape, right? If I'm not wrong, you're definitely not from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City. Also, you chose to look for Ta Meng Sha again. I'm sure you think that you can stay out of this battle, regardless of whether the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City win or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld wins. Although Duanling Tian maintained a calm expression on his face, he could not help but feel waves of shock surging in his heart when the avian great demon finished speaking. When he looked at the other party once more, his gaze was filled with surprise. He had never expected that this bat demon, who looked so unassuming and even a little intimidating, would be so meticulous and see through what he wanted to do with just a few words. What happened? Unlike the bat great demon, the ape Tameng Sha and the other avian great demon looked at the bat great demon with curiosity in their eyes. The bat great demon immediately said, "This human came to find Tameng Sha because he wanted to use the favor he had shown Tameng Sha in order to help Tameng Sha survive the calamity of Dancing Sun City. Of course, he's not sure if the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld will win. However, he's here. No matter who wins, he'll most likely be able to escape unscathed." As the bat demon's words hit the nail on the head, both the other bird demon and the giant ape Tameng Sha came to a realization. Humans are indeed cunning. Tameng Sha's gaze turned hostile when he looked at Duanling Tian again. At this moment, Duanling Tian was looking at the bat demon. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. "I really didn't expect you to see through my intentions. I thought great demons were all simple-minded and well-developed. I didn't expect there to be a great demon as intelligent as you." Now, Duanling Tian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had no intention of hiding anything. Moreover, there was no point in hiding anything. He might as well be frank and honest. He just wanted to survive. "Human." The giant ape Tameng Sha looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, "I'll cooperate with you in whatever you want to do. However, after this, we'll be even. I, Tameng Sha, no longer owe you anything." Unlike the bat demon that was intelligent, Tameng Sha was a lot simpler. He spoke in a straightforward manner without any sloppiness. Of course, Duanling Tian smiled. He had been waiting for Tameng Sha to say this. After reaching a consensus, Duanling Tian and the 3 great demons stayed together. The 3 great demons did not continue hunting the human cultivators in Dancing Sun City. Instead, they looked up at the sky with Duanling Tian. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall muscular figure appeared in the sky above Dancing Sun City. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. His entire body exuded a masculine aura. This 3-meter-tall muscular man in a gray robe was currently looking in the direction of the inner city. Over there, 5 figures gradually appeared. Behind the 3-meter-tall muscular man, 3 great demons also appeared. They were a flying great demon, a walking great demon, and a scaly great demon. These 3 great demons are the 3 strongest great demons under Demon Honorable Crimson Light. Duanling Tian did not know much about the Qiming Mountain in the past. He had never even heard of it. However, he had clearly heard the discussions and exclamations of the group of people in the inn earlier. Because of that, he had learned some information about the Qiming Mountain from those people. He knew that there were 3 great demons under the Qiming Mountain's strongest great demon. They were the cream of the crop among the top high-level supreme gods. Each of them had comprehended the law to the small perfection realm. In the outer realm, the power of law would appear and there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100,000 miles. In the realm battlefield of the god-defying realm, there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100 million miles. That kind of heaven and earth vision was enough to cover half of the realm battlefield. Qiming Demon Honorable, I spared your life back then. I didn't expect you to dare to provoke us. Today, the 5 of us will join forces to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you in Sun Dance City. As soon as the indifferent voice sounded, Duanling Tian saw the 5 blurry figures in the sky above the inner city of Dancing Sun City began to solidify. Almost as soon as this voice sounded, Duanling Tian was shocked to find that the 5 of them had disappeared right under his nose. In the next instant, he heard an earth-shattering explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, he did not even have time to see what had happened. A terrifying airwave had already fallen from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it crushed all the buildings in the outer city of Sundance City. Only the buildings in the inner city of Sundance City were intact because of the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans. Even so, one could still see a resplendent light rising from the direction of the inner city. Then that light dimmed again. It was obvious that the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans had consumed a lot of energy. Spared my life back then? Venerable Qi Ming's cold voice reverberated in and around Dancing Sun City. Back then, my venerable Qi Ming Mountain had never made things difficult for the 5 of you or your descendants. However, for your own selfish desires, you actually plotted to kill my son. You wanted to extract his heart's blood essence and refine it into a divine pill so that your descendants could be reborn. You didn't kill me back then because you wanted to spare my life or because you couldn't. You know very well in your hearts. Today, not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill the so-called genius disciples behind the 5 of you who used my son's life to be reborn. Then, I'll exterminate the clans behind you and remove the 5 great clans from the outer realm. Qi Ming Demon Honorable's voice became colder as he spoke. When Duan Lingtian heard Qi Ming Demon Honorable's words, his heart trembled. At the same time, he finally knew why Qi Ming Demon Honorable was here. He was here to avenge his son. Back then, the 5 great clans of Sundance City had joined forces to plot to kill Qi Ming Demon Honorable's son and extract the essence of his heart in order to cultivate their genius disciples. Not all humans are good people. Not all demons are evil demons. Duan Lingtian's ears rang again. What his master, Feng Qingyang, had said to him in the past. In fact, he had long felt this in his heart. In fact, he had felt this way when he was still in the mundane realm. Chapter 4404. What? The old ancestor did such a thing? He actually took the initiative to provoke this person from the Qiming Mountain, killed his son, extracted his blood essence, and nurtured the next generation of prodigies. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Qiming Mountain and our Dancing Sun City had always stayed out of each other's business. So this is the reason why they suddenly came to kill us. This great demon from the Qiming Mountain has been lying low for many years. Now that he has come to kill us, he must be confident. In the inner city of Dancing Sun City, the people from the 5 great clans were shocked when they heard the Qiming demon venerate's words. It was not until now that they knew there was such a grudge between the 5 great clans and the Qiming Mountain. Most importantly, they did not know about it beforehand. At this moment, most of them could not help but complain. After all, they did not have any vested interests. Now they had to bear the danger together. When there were benefits to be had, they were not. Now that they had to take the blame for someone who came looking for trouble because of some benefits, how could they be willing? Of course, they knew it was useless no matter how unwilling they were. They had no say in the clans and could only be manipulated by others. At this moment, their hearts were filled with worry. Although the Qiming Mountain was a great demon force, they must be confident since they dared to come to their doorstep. Moreover, the demon venerable from the Qiming Mountain had declared that he would annihilate the 5 great clans. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like he was joking. However, they felt that it was impossible for the demon venerable to defeat the 5 strongest people from the 5 great clans on his own. However, based on the demon venerate's strength, it seemed like victory was in his hands. Qi Ming Demon Venerate, although your strength has improved compared to before, it's still impossible for you to defeat the 5 of us together. I'll give you one more chance. Quickly take your great demon and leave. If you do that, the 5 great clans will let bygones be bygones. An arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Clearly, this was the voice of one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans. After the terrifying energy dissipated, the turbulent clouds in the sky also dispersed. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could see the scene in the sky clearly. A tall figure was standing opposite the 5 people. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a beautiful woman, and an old woman. Obviously, they were the 5 powerhouses of the 5 clans. At that moment, the person who spoke was the middle-aged man. Unlike the calm and tranquil atmosphere high up in the sky, the dust within the dancing Sun City had dispersed. Duan Lingtian, who was flying up with the three great yaos beside him, looked down and saw that the dancing Sun City's interior was littered with corpses and broken walls. It was a complete wasteland. At this moment, there were still many survivors, but they were all being hunted down by the greater demons. In the huge outer city, Duan Lingtian was the only human left. No great demons attacked him. This was because the three great yaos beside Duan Lingtian were all well-known great yaos in the Chiming Mountain. Perhaps they were not the strongest under the Chiming Demon Venerable, but their backgrounds were the most shocking. Not to mention others, the great ape Ta Mengsha's adoptive father was one of the three strongest great yaos under the Chiming Demon Venerable. In the Chiming Mountain, even the great yaos who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him easily. Therefore, seeing that the three great yaos did not have the intention to attack Duan Lingtian, even if the other great yaos did not understand, they did not intervene to deal with Duan Lingtian. This is a fight between supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian looked at the city below his feet, his eyes filled with horror. At this moment, except for the confinement light that enveloped the city, the entire outer city walls of the Dancing Sun City were all knocked down. They were either turned into dust or broken walls. Blood flowed continuously in the outer city. It might be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river, but it was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a stream. If it was not for the supreme demon venerable of the Chiming Mountain's power that enveloped the Dancing Sun City, the destruction just now would not have been limited to this. Moreover, they must have held back just now. Or rather, they tried their best to concentrate their power during the fight. After all, there were not only the people from the 5 great clans below them, but also the demons of the Chiming Mountain. They must have taken the safety of these people and demons into consideration when they fought. They must not have let too much of their power fall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he was further aware of how terrifying the supreme powerhouses were. After all, today was the first time he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. Of course, to be honest, he could not say that he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. This was because when the 6 supreme powerhouses were fighting just now, the terrifying power swept out in all directions. Although he tried his best to see the situation clearly, he could not see it clearly at all. Or perhaps, even without the interference of the power, his eyesight could not keep up with the speed of their fight. However, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the 6 supreme powerhouses in the sky. Finally, his gaze fell on the Chiming Demon Venerable of the Chiming Mountain. Although it seemed that the 6 of them were fine now. However, when Duan Lingtian observed carefully, he was shocked to find that the aura of the Chiming Demon Venerable was obviously much more disorderly now. Although the aura of the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans was also somewhat disorderly, it was far from that of the Chiming Demon Venerable. Just now, the Chiming Demon Venerable must have been at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the voice of the Bat Great Demon. Do these 5 old fellows really think that the Demon Venerable came alone? What a joke! As soon as the Bat Great Demon said that, Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted subconsciously. From what the Bat Great Demon said, the Chiming Demon Venerable had helpers. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, Demon Venerate Qi Ming's voice rang in the air again. That's easy to say. You don't want to continue fighting with me because you are worried that you will be injured in the fight with me. I have to say that although the 5 of you have not improved much over the years, there are still some small improvements after all. As soon as the Chiming Demon Venerable said that, the faces of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans darkened slightly. After the fight just now, it was not difficult for them to realize that their improvement over the years was far inferior to that of the Chiming Demon Venerable. Not to mention a one-on-one fight, even if any 3 of them joined forces, they would probably only be able to fight to a draw with the Chiming Demon Venerable. If the 5 of them joined forces, they might be able to take down the Chiming Demon Venerable, but they would definitely have to pay a huge price. It was certain that everyone would be injured. In fact, 1 or 2 of them might even die. To them, even if they were injured, they would not allow it, let alone die. How would they deal with the next heavenly tribulation if they were injured? Big Brother Frost King, please come out and help me kill these 5 people. Just as the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans were looking gloomy, the chiming demon Venerable suddenly shook his body and bowed slightly to the sky in front of him. Almost at the next moment, ha ha! A hearty laughter sounded from the sky. Following that, a frightening cold chi also descended. In the next moment, white snow floated in the sky above the entire dancing sun city. Gusts of cold wind raged, as if this huge city had entered winter. Chapter 4405. White snow covered the sky and cold wind blew. It was as if winter had arrived. Moreover, this bone-piercing coldness was unlike the coldness of an ordinary winter. Even with Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base and strength, he still felt the coldness enter his body and penetrate his heart at this moment. The other 3 great monsters beside him had already used their divine power to expel the cold. Clearly, they were under more pressure than Duan Lingtian. Is this a supreme master who specializes in the law of ice? Duan Lingtian used his divine power to expel the cold as he looked up at the sky. As Qiming Demon Venerable spoke, the figure of the blue-clothed young man gradually appeared with the white snow and cold wind. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. His face was handsome and resolute, and his eyebrows were dashing. He was wearing a long blue robe, and his long hair danced in the wind. It was also green in color. He appeared with a hearty laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Qiming Demon Venerable. Even though he was not as tall as Qiming Demon Venerable, his aura was not weak at all. In fact, it felt like he was even stronger. Frost King. At this moment, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great families in Dancing Sun City who were facing Qiming Demon Venerable had already changed their expressions slightly when they heard Qiming Demon Venerable call out to the newcomer. At this moment, when they saw the blue-clothed young man standing in front of them, their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Then, fear appeared on their faces. Frost King. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly. Judging from the reactions of the 5 supreme masters in Dancing Sun City, this person did not seem to be an ordinary person. There was no doubt that he was a supreme master. Perhaps he was even more powerful than Qiming Demon Venerable. Otherwise, why would Qiming Demon Venerable be so polite just now? Moreover, when Qiming Demon Venerable asked the other party to come out, his expression and actions were clearly very humble. The only person who could make him behave like this was a supreme master who was not weaker than him. Your Excellency, austere king. The old woman of the Dancing Sun City looked at the frigid king and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. We, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and even the 5 of us, have no grudges with you in the past. You wouldn't help Qiming attack us, would you? Han Wang. She had never expected that Demon Venerable Qiming would invite this person over. Even though this person was only a rogue cultivator, his strength was stronger than Qiming's martial highness. Although she had long heard that the other party had been living in seclusion for the past few years, and she had once wanted to get close to him, she had never imagined that their first meeting would be under such circumstances. Your Excellency, austere king. Another old man among the 5 most powerful masters of the Dancing Sun City slightly bowed to the icy king. Today, as long as you don't interfere with the matter between us and the Qiming Mountain, our 5 families are willing to give you a generous gift that will satisfy you, Your Excellency. Just a moment ago, he had already communicated with the other 4 people by his side. If the Icy King was willing to back down, their 5 families were willing to give him a generous gift. Otherwise, if the Icy King's strength was as terrifying as the rumors said, even if he couldn't kill all of them by joining forces with Qiming, he was still confident that he could kill 1 or 2, or even 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, once the Icy King and Qiming joined forces, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City would definitely be destroyed. Even if some of them could survive, they would only be able to survive by running away. Is that so? Hearing the old man's words, the Icy King took a step forward with a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a supreme master who brought cold winter to the Dancing Sun City at all. Instead, he looked like a gentle and refined person. Of course. Seeing the Icy King step forward with a smile on his face, the 5 powerful masters of the 5 great clans were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they all revealed brilliant smiles. The Icy King was tempted. This was a good thing. Your Excellency, as long as you agree today, our 5 great clans are willing to open our treasure vaults and even our storage rings, and let you take whatever you want. Yes, Your Excellency, our 5 great clans are very sincere. The 5 supreme masters all expressed their views. Haha. The Icy King laughed out loud. Then, his figure flashed and directly flew towards the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. At the same time, he laughed heartily and said, Qi Ming, the benefits they offered have moved my heart. I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye, the Icy King was already not far away from the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. And the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans naturally wouldn't be so stupid to approach the Icy King without any precautions. Although the Icy King took the initiative to show goodwill, they still maintained their vigilance. Because everything was going too smoothly, it was so smooth that they found it unbelievable. Icy King, you... Qi Ming's expression changed greatly. Then, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the Icy King with a gloomy expression. Don't forget, you also took my things. As his voice fell, he looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. The 5 of you, don't tell me you really believe that the Icy King is willing to help you at the last minute? Now, if he can break his promise to me, he can also break his promise to you. The current Qi Ming was rather flustered and exasperated. Roar, a woo! At the same time, seeing that their demon venerable was so angry, the group of great demons from Qiming Mountain were also enraged. Even the 3 great demons beside Duan Ling Tian had faces full of anger. Their eyes were cold. If looks could kill, then the Icy King would have been killed countless times by them. Only Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the scene in front of him. A supreme master seemed to be no different from an ordinary person at this moment. The lofty and glorious image that the supreme master had built in the depths of his heart publicly collapsed. Of course, at this moment he still felt that something was wrong. If the Icy King was really someone who would change sides so easily, why would the demon venerable Qi Ming take the risk to invite him here? Now, if the Icy King really stood on the side of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City and joined forces with the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans, it would be impossible for the demon venerable Qi Ming to escape even if he wanted to. Just now, he heard from the giant ape tower, Meng Sha, that this Icy King was a reclusive supreme master. His strength was even stronger than Qi Ming's. It was also because of this that Qi Ming had the confidence to attack the Dancing Sun City and point his sword at the 5 supreme masters of the Dancing Sun City. When the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans saw that the demon venerable Qi Ming was flustered and exasperated, their originally tense faces relaxed a little. But only a little. Even now, they did not dare to completely trust the Icy King. The 5 of you, open up your storage rings and your clan's treasury for me to search. Once I get what I want, I will leave immediately. The Icy King looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans and said straightforwardly. When the 5 supreme masters heard this, 2 of them hesitated, but the other 3 did not hesitate at all. They immediately took out the treasures of their clans from the depths of the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Although it was called a clan's treasury, it was actually a divine artifact that could store items. Then, they directly opened up their clan's treasury and their storage rings in front of the Icy King, allowing him to search. Your Excellency Icy King, please kindly accept this. The remaining 2 did not hesitate at this time. They waved their hands and took out their clan's treasury, together with their storage rings, and opened it in front of the Icy King. At this moment, the group of people in the 5 great clans, although they were a little unwilling, they knew that there was no other way. The 5 ancestors, as supreme masters, would definitely not be the ones to suffer losses. To be able to make them act like this, it must be this supreme master who had just arrived that made them feel fear. The clan's treasures. I'm afraid we will lose a lot this time. This time, the price is not small. Many people sighed in their hearts. As for the Icy King, when the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans opened up their clan's treasury and storage rings, he did not hesitate to extend his divine sense and search for the treasures he wanted. "I'll take this. Cold dust grass, not bad. I'll take all of it. And this." High up in the sky, the Icy King was there picking the treasures he wanted, and he did not hold back in the slightest. When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, even if he had more than enough worries, he could not help but covet it. "I don't know when I'll be able to have the strength to make 5 supreme experts allow me to look through their belongings and plunder their treasures. As a bystander, I find it satisfying to watch this kind of thing. How great would it be if I were the person involved?" Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City would probably kill him at the first moment. To them, Qi Ming and the Icy King were tyrannical opponents, and it was difficult to defeat or kill them. However, the current Duan Lingtian was no different from an ant in their eyes. All right. After the Icy King obtained everything he wanted, he did not care about the ugly expressions of the 5 supreme masters and nodded his head in satisfaction. His face was filled with a smile of harvest. The 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans had never imagined that this Icy King would be so ruthless. He had plundered all the valuable treasures in their clan's treasury and storage rings. If it wasn't for the fact that their respective clans had other hidden treasures, all the treasures of their 5 great clans would have been taken away by the Icy King today. "Your Excellency Icy King, since you've obtained everything, can you leave now?" Although the young man among the 5 supreme masters spoke politely, his voice was faintly trembling. It was obvious that his emotions were on the verge of losing control. At this moment, the gazes of the other members of the 5 great clans all landed on the Icy King. If the departure of this supreme master could be exchanged for the survival of the clan, it would be worth it to give up some worldly possessions, however. In the next moment, the Icy King's words caused them to be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage. "Why should I leave?" The Icy King's indifferent words drifted through the Dancing Sun City, following which, the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 4406. Why should I leave? As soon as King Han finished speaking, not only were the 5 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans silent, but even Duan Lingtian and the group of great demons from the Galloping Nether Mountain were stunned. Did the frigid king want to go back on his words? Qi Ming, do it. In the next instant, King Han's voice sounded again. It was earth-shattering. When everyone, including Duan Lingtian, heard this, the first thought that appeared in their minds was, how could a powerhouse do such a thing? Obviously, the frigid king was trying to cheat the 5 families of their treasures. Frigid king, how dare you? The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans also came to their senses at this time and retreated together. At the same time, they shouted at almost the same time. Their eyes were filled with anger that seemed to be able to burn everything. At this time, they also realized what had happened. They had been tricked by the frigid king. Haha, frigid king, my acting skills are not bad, right? The 3-meter-tall giant, who was the master of Dark Qi Mountain, Demon Venerate Qi Ming, laughed complacently as a small mountain suddenly appeared in his hand. He then casually tossed it out. Whoosh! The small mountain instantly enlarged in the air and turned into a huge mountain, covered the sky and blocked the sun. It even blocked the sunlight of the entire Dancing Sun City. Compared to me, you are still not good enough. The frigid king smiled faintly. Then he shook his hands. Instantly, waves of cold air raged. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Streaks of terrifying ice swept out from under the Dancing Sun City, freezing both the inner and outer parts of the city. The outer part of the city had turned into a city of ice, while the inner part of the city was protected by the 5 great clans clan protecting formation, which had not been broken yet. Whoosh! 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 Numerous icicles and pillars emitting a terrifying aura swept out from beneath the Dancing Sun City. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the form of a formation, enveloping all 5 of the strongest experts of the 5 great clans. ice sealing the 9 heavens. The frigid king spoke again. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Frigid king, you tricked us. The 5 strongest experts of the 5 clans were startled. They never would have thought that the Frost King would actually send his power into the depths of the Dancing Sun City without them noticing. Then it directly exploded. Moreover, the power that swept up formed an array diagram in the void, forming a great ice-sealing array that trapped them within. Ha! Venerate Qi Ming laughed heartily. Today, none of you can escape. In just one battle, I have killed 5 great powerhouses. This will be the greatest glory of my Qi Ming's life. Qi Ming the demon venerable made his move. Not only did the exquisite hill transform into a towering mountain, but his entire body also swiftly swept towards the 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans like a ghost. In the next moment, the group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, heard a series of earth-shattering sounds coming from the horizon as a terrifying power wreaked havoc before their eyes. At the same time, a terrifying ice-sealing power spread from the void and descended upon them. Go! Ta Meng Sha's warning rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses, and only then did he realize that as the terrifying power from the horizon swept down, the group of great demons of the Qiming Mountain all rushed out of the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, the cage-like power that was blocking the great demons of the Qiming Mountain outside of the Dancing Sun City had disappeared. To be more precise, the cage-like power in the outer city had disappeared. The inner city was still there. Obviously, the demon venerable Qiming had intentionally let his group of great demons of the Qiming Mountain leave the Dancing Sun City. As for the reason, it was obvious that he was worried that the great demons of the Qiming Mountain would be affected by the battle between the 7 strongest experts. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Today he was finally free. As long as the supreme experts did not interfere, although there were still 3 unfathomably powerful great demons of the Qiming Mountain, it was impossible for them to stop him. Duan Lingtian was still very confident in his current strength. However, as he followed Ta Meng Sha out of the city, although Duan Lingtian also noticed the 3 great demons of the Qiming Mountain looking at him, the 3 great demons clearly did not have any intention of targeting him. In fact, one of the great demons of the Qiming Mountain looked at him with a hint of friendliness. Thank you for showing mercy to my godson. I have already asked the demon venerable for permission. As long as the Qiming Mountain does not lose this battle, you can safely leave the Dancing Sun City. A calm voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced at the great demon of the Qiming Mountain in the distance and saw it nod at him. Clearly, it was the great demon of the Qiming Mountain who had sent him a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's mood lightened when he heard this. Originally, he had wanted to leave immediately after leaving the city. He did not want the demon venerable of the Qiming Mountain to keep him here after the battle between the supreme experts ended. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Now that he heard the great demon of the Qiming Mountain's voice transmission, he was completely at ease. At the same time, he thought that there was no need to rush to leave. Although the battle between the supreme experts had caused the sky to shatter and the earth to split, the space to shatter, and the scene in the sky to be turned upside down, as if the mountains and rivers had been turned upside down, and nothing could be seen clearly. Even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to take a few more looks. It would be best if he could get a result. I'm finally out. Duan Lingtian followed Ta Meng Sha and the other great demons out of the Dancing Sun City quickly. At the same time, they arrived at a distance outside the city and watched the battle in the sky above the city from afar. At this moment, even the 3 strongest great demons of the Qiming Demon Venerable had come out together. What a terrifying power! Is this the power of the supreme experts? Originally, Duan Lingtian had not noticed the heaven and earth anomaly in the sky when he was in the Dancing Sun City. However, now that he was outside the city, Duan Lingtian finally saw the 7 heaven and earth anomalies spread out because of the 7 supreme experts in the city. At a glance, he could not see the end of the heaven and earth anomaly at all. The 7 heaven and earth anomalies were of different colors. Although they were not the 7 colors of the rainbow, they were as eye-catching as the 7 colors of the rainbow. I can't see clearly at all. Duan Lingtian tried hard to look at the sky above the dancing sun city. He could only see faint figures moving in the sky. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power scattered down, further destroying the outer city of the dancing sun city, which had been turned into ruins long ago. In the inner city of the dancing sun city, Duan Lingtian could see that the protective clan array of the 5 great clans was weakening continuously. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. The 5 great clans must be in a mess now, right? We can leave, but they may not, unless those 5 supreme masters are free to help them find a way to survive. Although Duan Lingtian could not see the situation in the inner city of the dancing sun city due to the distance between them, it was not difficult for him to guess the situation in the inner city. Boom! Rumble! Bang! 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 In the sky above the dancing sun city, the 7 terrifying powers continued to converge. Every time they converged, the space would collapse, and the aftermath of the terrifying power would wreak havoc everywhere. The mansions of the 5 great clans in the inner city of the dancing sun city were in complete chaos at this moment. Let's run. The patriarch and the others obviously don't have the confidence to escape. The protective clan array is about to be destroyed, and the patriarch and the others haven't come to our aid yet. It's obvious that they don't have the time to help us. Let's find our own way out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In the inner city of the dancing sun city, many people from the 5 great clans rushed out of their doors. However, not long after these people left their mansions and left the protective clan array that enveloped their mansions, they were swept into dust by the aftermath of the power descending from the sky. The power of the ultimate powerhouses was too strong. At this moment, if it were not for the protective clan array, the only people who could survive would be the elites among the high-level ultimate gods. Among the people who left the 5 great clans, there were some high-level ultimate gods, but they could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 7 ultimate powerhouses. Frost King, you'll die a horrible death. Frost King, you untrustworthy villain. Aren't you afraid of being despised by the people outside the realm? In the sky above the dancing sun city, while the 7 ultimate powerhouses were fighting, 3 of the 5 ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans in the city began to curse the Frost King. It looks like the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans of the dancing sun city are at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, this is to be expected. After all, if it's not for the fact that they're afraid of Frigid King and the Qiming Demon Venerable joining forces, why would the supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans in Dancing Sun City be willing to pay such a high price to allow Frigid King to choose the treasures in their treasure vaults and spatial rings? Boom! Boom boom boom! The terrifying aftermath of the battle quickly engulfed the entire Dancing Sun City, raising a cloud of dust that blocked the vision of Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qiming Mountain. After about 100 breaths of time, the commotion in the battlefield seemed to have died down. Shuizheng! A shrill cry sounded from the sky above the Dancing Sun City. It was filled with unwillingness and fear. Split up and run. Immediately after, another anxious voice sounded. It was filled with panic. Haha! If you had run when the Frost King appeared, you might have had a chance to escape. However, you gave the Frost King time to set up the formation and now you want to leave? You're dreaming. Venerate Qi Ming's hearty laughter was filled with unbridled carefreeness. However, as the Qiming Demon Venerable spoke, he coughed lightly twice. It was clear that he had also sustained some injuries and was not as unscathed as he sounded. Seal! The Frost King's indifferent voice sounded. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qiming Mountain could clearly see that the dust in the direction of the Dancing Sun City had been swept away by bursts of frosty air. The trembling space in the sky also calmed down at this moment. Duan Lingtian and the great demons of the Qiming Mountain soon saw that in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, 6 figures had appeared around the trembling spatial rift. There was also a falling figure that shattered with a loud bang, turning into ice shards that fluttered and fell. Chapter 4407. Did an ultimate powerhouse just die? Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene in front of him. He only regained his senses after a long while. In the next moment, the giant ape pagoda, Mengsha, and the other great demons around him started to howl. Their howls were filled with joy and excitement. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible! Lord Demon Venerable is invincible! The group of great demons opened their mouths and roared. They were like the most devout people who were looking up to their emperor. Their Qi Ming Mountain had won the first victory this time. This also meant that the final victory would belong to them. After all, one of the 5 ultimate powerhouses had died in the battle against the Demon Venerable of Qiming Mountain and the foreign aid that the Demon Venerable had asked for. How could the remaining 4 be a match for them? Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a huge blood-red cloud appear in the sky. It covered the sky and the earth and continued to spread in all directions. When the blood-red cloud had gathered into a blood-red cloud that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, it started to rain heavily. This rain was different from normal rain. It was a blood-red rain. A blood-red rain fell from the sky and dyed the entire land red. The outer city of Dancing Sun City was in ruins. Originally, it was just a blood-red stream. However, this time it was a blood-red river. Even the inner city of Dancing Sun City was not spared. Tens of thousands of miles of blood-red clouds and blood-red rain usually meant that an ultimate powerhouse had died. Today, the ultimate powerhouse who had died was the ultimate powerhouse of the Xue family, one of the 5 great families of Dancing Sun City, Xuezheng. Xuezheng was also the oldest person in the Xue family. He was the real antique of the Xue family. Because of his great strength, he was still alive. And now he had fallen. Bang! In the ancestral hall of the Xue family, the soul orb that was placed in the middle of the Xue family's ancestral hall exploded. Although the Xue clan members had a bad premonition when they heard the other supreme expert's mournful cry, it was only an ominous premonition. They felt that the Xue clan's ancestor was not so weak as to be unable to withstand a single blow. And now it was confirmed. The ancestor of the Xue clan, the backbone of the Xue clan, had fallen. Patriarch. Ancestor. Within the Xue family's upper echelons, led by the current head of the Xue family, all had pained expressions on their faces. Even more Xue family members had faces full of fear and panic. The Xue family was finished. Everyone from the Kuei family, enter the ancestral shrine. All members of the Yang family, enter the ancestral shrine. At this moment, in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, with the death of the Xue family's strongest warrior, Xuezheng, the other 4 strongest warriors of the 5 families in the Dancing Sun City no longer had the will to fight. They all sent voice transmissions back to their families, telling them to go to the ancestral shrine. Their ancestral shrines had entrances that led to the small worlds in their bodies, which could accommodate all the people in their families. However, in the next moment their expressions changed. As the members of the 4 great clans rushed into their respective ancestral shrines, a terrifying freezing power swept out from within and swept everyone away, turning them into ice sculptures one after another. Only a few powerful upper-level ultimate gods managed to escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the ancestral shrines of the 4 great clans collapsed, shattering many of the ice sculptures. One by one, those who were still alive a moment ago died in an instant. The expressions of the remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City changed. Only now did they realize that the Frost King had not only set up a formation to deal with them, but he had also cut off their escape route. Run! We can't save them. Let's split up and run. I don't believe that the 2 of them can kill the 4 of us. No matter who survives, we must find a way to avenge them in the future. This is an irreconcilable grudge. The remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City hurriedly sent voice transmissions to each other. Frost King, the grudge of the annihilation of our clan is irreconcilable. I'll definitely seek revenge from you in the future. The old woman of the 4 was the first to shout. Then her body swayed, and a bloody light wreaked havoc around her. In the next moment, she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. You want to run? The Qi Ming demon venerable sneered disdainfully. Then, he punched the void thousands of miles away from the dancing sun city, and the old woman who was in a sorry state was knocked out. Because she had forcefully used her blood essence secret technique to break through the Frost King's formation, the old woman was already severely injured. Now that she was even more injured, she did not dare to stay any longer and continued to run away. When the Qi Ming demon venerable saw this, he was about to chase after her when he realized that the other 3 people had also risked their lives to break out of the Frost King's formation. Moreover, they were all fleeing in different directions. The Qi Ming demon venerable and the Frost King looked at each other and chased after 2 of the remaining 3 people, killing them one by one. When the other party forcefully broke out of the formation, he was already severely injured. When he fought with them again, he did not even last 10 moves. Another 2 strongest warriors had fallen. Boom! 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 High up in the sky, the blood clouds that were just about to disperse gathered once more. The blood rain that had just stopped poured down once more, dyeing the ground even darker. Patriarch! Patriarch! In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, the people from the other 2 clans were also in despair. As for the people from the other 2 clans who had successfully escaped, they were not any better. All of them were in despair. It's over, it's over. Although the patriarchs of the 2 clans had successfully escaped, they did not have the time to save them. It was obvious that they had abandoned them. Of course, they knew that the patriarchs of the 2 clans had no other choice. If they did not abandon them, none of them would be able to survive in the end. I only hope that the patriarch can avenge us in the future. I thought that there might be many ways to die in the future. Maybe I'll be killed by the heavenly tribulation, or I'll be killed by someone outside, or I'll be killed by someone outside. However, I never thought that one day I would be killed by the strongest warrior. Most of the people from the 5 clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were prepared to die. There were also many people who tried to escape, trying to take advantage of the chaos and escape. However, just as they moved, the voice of the Qi Ming demon venerate had already spread across the sky of the Dancing Sun City. Little guys, I don't want any human to leave the Dancing Sun City alive. As soon as the Qi Ming demon venerate finished speaking, the group of Qi Ming demon venerate who had been guarding around the Dancing Sun City roared and charged into the city. Some of the people from the 5 clans who had just left the city directly faced the group of Qi Ming demon venerate. They had already lost their will to fight. Coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered by the group of Qi Ming demon venerate, none of them had the strength to resist at all. One by one, they were killed by the Qi Ming demon venerate. Ta Meng Sha, where's that human? At this time, in another place outside the Dancing Sun City, the Bat Qi Ming demon venerate did not see the human beside them. It seems that you don't trust the Qi Ming demon venerate. You think that the Qi Ming demon venerate will let you, Ta Meng Sha, go. It's good that he's gone. The giant ape Ta Meng Sha grinned. Otherwise, if the demon venerate really wants to let him go, even though I owe him a favor, I can't help him. Ta Meng Sha, you should have known when he left, right? The Bat Qi Ming demon venerate looked deeply at Ta Meng Sha and asked, just now, you took the initiative to invite us to meet your adoptive father. Was it to give him a chance to leave under our watch? Ta Meng Sha could not help but rub the back of his head when he heard this. He grinned and asked, was it so obvious? You even found out. Forget it. The Bat Qi Ming demon venerate shook his head. Let him go. He obviously isn't from the 5 clans. Even though he's stronger, the demon venerate won't care too much about his departure. Duan Ling Tian had already teleported out of Dancing Sun City before the other 2 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City died. When he left, it was just when the 4 clans of the city had entered their respective ancestral shrines and were killed. At that time, he knew that the remaining 4 supreme experts of the 5 clans of the city would either fight with their lives on the line or flee in different directions. And this also meant that the battle of the Dancing Sun City had come to an end. Once the battle ended, if he did not leave, he would be noticed by others. He might even be noticed by the demon venerate of the Chilling Nether Mountain and the supreme expert, Frost King. Even though he had no enmity with them, who knew what supreme experts were thinking. After the lesson from the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge, he only had one thought about supreme experts. He could not afford to offend them, but he could hide. Too strong. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he fled. That Chi Nether Demon Venerable and Han Wang from Chi Nether Mountain joined forces and easily defeated the joint forces of the 5 supreme powerhouses from Dancing Sun City. Moreover, they even managed to kill one of them. Even though the 5 supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City were careless and allowed Frost King to take the initiative, this is enough to show how terrifying Frost King is. I wonder if that Frost King is a human, a greater demon, or some other life form. The scene he saw today had a great impact on Duan Ling Tian. This was the first time he had seen a battle between supreme experts. Moreover, it was a battle to the death. In this battle, he had personally witnessed the fall of a supreme powerhouse. As for what happened after that, even though he did not witness the fall of the other ultimate experts, the blood clouds that gathered once again, and the blood rain that had just stopped, were telling him that this time there was more than one supreme expert who had died. A supreme expert who stands at the peak can die in just a blink of an eye. There's a huge gap in strength even between supreme experts. I wonder how strong Yun Qing Yen is compared to the other paragons. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought about this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Next, I'll head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan is and fulfill his last wish. That way, I'll be able to return the favor of the treasure he gave me before he died. After leaving the Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian did not wander aimlessly. He planned to head to the city where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. When he was in the Dancing Sun City, he had already found out where Wang Yiyuan's clan was located. It was not close to the Dancing Sun City. Even with his current strength, it would take him at least 3 months to reach the city if he traveled at full speed without any obstacles. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian had spent a huge sum of money in the Dancing Sun City to exchange for a map that included the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. On the map, the locations of the supreme powerhouses were marked. Even the Crimson Devil Ridge was on the map. Chapter 4408. With the map in hand, Duan Lingtian was confident that his journey would be smoother and safer even though it was further than any other journey he had taken in the Outer Realm. With his current strength, as long as he was not attacked by a supreme expert or a group of top high-level ultimate gods, he would be able to escape unscathed. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian left Dancing Sun City for a period of time, he took out a divine flying ship as a means of transportation. In the Outer Realm, many people usually used divine flying ships as a means of transportation. However, whenever they neared a city, the divine artifact would be put away. That was because in the Outer Realms, there were some experts who couldn't bear to see someone drive a divine artifact into a city. It was too ostentatious. It was just a divine flying ship. What was there to show off? In the Outer Realm, divine gems were also a common currency and the most basic cultivation aid. When he was still in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had accumulated a huge amount of divine gems. In addition, he had used the divine elixirs he had refined for cultivation, and now he was using the divine condensation spring for cultivation, so divine gems could not be used for cultivation at all. Now, the only use of divine gems in his hands was to trade and to provide power for the divine flying ship. Of course, in the Outer Realm, not everyone was willing to accept divine gems even if it was a trade. Most of the people bartered for items. Duan Lingtian had experienced this when he was in Dancing Sun City and even earlier when he was in the Ruined City. Although divine gems could be used as a currency, both parties had to be willing to accept it. If the other party was not willing, there was nothing one could do. Take the items in Duan Lingtian's possession, for example. If they were only ordinary items that he did not care about, he would be willing to sell them to others for divine crystals. However, if it was something of high value and was priceless, he would not sell it no matter how many divine gems others offered. He only wanted to exchange for something that was also priceless but he urgently needed. Because of this, in the Outer Realm, it was difficult to determine the value of high-value items in terms of divine gems. It was completely dependent on the value and status in the eyes of the person who needed it. For example, if a person urgently needed a treasure and the other party wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price, the transaction would often be overpriced. Whoosh! With the divine flying ship as a means of transportation, Duan Lingtian was happy and leisurely. He only needed to order the divine flying ship to turn after flying for a distance. In the outer realm, the divine flying ship could not fly in a straight line all the way to the destination because it would pass by some supreme expert's forces. As for those ultimate powerhouses, they would often treat any life forms that trespassed into their territory as an enemy and deal them a heavy blow. When I was in the God-defying realm, the supreme expert was a legendary existence. Even I only saw the supreme expert before I left the God-defying realm. Lingtian's gems, Lingtian, gems of Lingtian's gemses, Lingtian's s gems. Gems, Lingtian's s to gems. Gems to Lingtian, gems. Of course, he knew that the supreme experts who ruled gems of Lingtian were basically natives of the outer realm. There were very few supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds. Apart from those who did not have a sense of responsibility to their home domains and might have the time to rule gems of Lingtian, the supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds basically stayed in their respective domains to guard their homeland. Try Mad 1, Gad 2. Even the supreme experts of the 10,000 worlds' three great domains, who were recognized as the strongest, basically stayed in their domains and would only occasionally come to the outer realm. Of course, even in the outer realms, the top supreme experts of the three realms were top-notch, heaven-defying existences. Wang Yiyuan's last wish was simple. He wanted his sister to settle down properly. According to him, if his sister were to stay at home without his protection, she would only be a tool for marriage in the future. He hopes that I can help his sister settle down, so that his sister can live a carefree life. This was what Wang Yiyuan had entrusted to Duan Lingtian before his death. Now, I'll see what his sister thinks. As long as it's within my power, I'm willing to lend her a hand. Duan Lingtian murmured to himself. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it would only take him 3 months to reach the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. However, even with the speed of a divine weapon spaceship, which was comparable to an ordinary upper-level ultimate god, it would still take more than half a year to reach the city. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Along the way, the divine weapon spaceship flew by ostentatiously and attracted many people's attention. Some even blocked the way and robbed them. However, all of the intruders were killed by Duan Lingtian without exception. The strongest among them was a upper-level ultimate god who had just consolidated his cultivation base. In front of Duan Lingtian, he was no different from a lower-level ultimate god. Of course, although he killed many people, he did not gain much because the spatial rings in their hands were self-destructed. Only their divine weapons ended up in Duan Lingtian's hands. There were a few people who removed the ownership of their spatial rings for the sake of survival. However, that little bit of gain was nothing to Duan Lingtian. It was nothing to him. After all, why would those who were really rich in the outer realm go to the extent of robbing people halfway? Sir, judging from the direction you're heading towards Lanshao City. I wonder if you can give us a ride? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the divine weapon spaceship. It was the voice of an old woman. Her voice was old and frail. It was clear that she was injured. Cough, cough. A few coughs were heard. Duan Lingtian looked up and saw an old woman with a delicate young woman walking side by side with his divine weapon spaceship. The old woman coughed up blood and looked at his divine weapon spaceship with a hint of hope. The young woman was in a hurry and her eyes were filled with concern and worry. She's right in front. Go after her. It's not easy to wait for this little girl to leave the Ye family. Quickly go after her, capture her, and present her to the chief. A few voices came from behind the divine weapon spaceship. Although Duan Lingtian was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, he could not help but stand up when he saw this. Although he did not know what was going on, the people behind seemed to be the kind of people who would kidnap women. He could not turn a deaf ear to them. Granny, they're catching up. Let's keep a distance from this divine weapon spaceship, lest the owner of this divine weapon spaceship is related to us and implicate him. Outside, the heavily injured old woman, who was carrying the flying girl, said anxiously when she heard the voice behind her. Try, mad one, gad two. Cough cough, you little girl, you're just too kind. The old woman coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, and then took the young woman away from Duan Lingtian's divine weapon spaceship. Obviously, she wanted to cut ties with Duan Lingtian. However, what they did not expect was that as soon as they moved to leave, the divine weapon spaceship stuck close to them. Then, they saw a purple figure at the top of the divine weapon spaceship. It was a handsome young man in a purple robe. Come in. Duan Lingtian looked at the master and servant in front of him and said lightly, Big brother. The young woman looked grateful. Thank you for your kindness. However, I think it's better if we don't implicate you. This place is not far from Lanshao City. We should be able to reach Lanshao City before they catch up. Once we reach Lanshao City, they won't dare to mess around anymore. The young woman said optimistically, but the old woman with her had a bitter expression on her face. It seemed that her young mistress did not see that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. If not for her lack of confidence, she would not have taken the initiative to ask for help when she saw this spaceship on the way. With her injuries, I'm afraid she won't be able to bring you to Lanshao City before the people behind us catch up with us. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Naturally, he could see that the old woman in front of him was an arrow at the end of its flight. It could even be said that it was not bad that she could hold on until now with such serious injuries. When the young woman heard this, her expression changed drastically. She quickly glanced at the old woman beside her and saw the bitterness on the old woman's face. All right, you don't have to leave. I'll help you get rid of this tail. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old woman. Then, his body swayed as he left the flying divine weapon and kept the flying divine weapon. At the same time, he stopped in midair and turned around to look at the few black dots in the distance that were getting closer and closer. Young mistress, it seems like this person is more powerful than I thought. The old woman was pleasantly surprised. Since this person dared to say that, it was obvious that he was confident in dealing with the people behind them. At this moment, she also stopped in her tracks with the young woman in tow. At this moment, the few black dots in the distance continued to grow bigger. In just a dozen breaths' time, they had already arrived in front of them and were staring at them covetously. 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men were dressed casually, but their eyes were on Duan Lingtian at this moment. Who are you? Do you want to help them? One of the 2 old men had white hair and white brows, but he looked like a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian vigilantly and asked in a deep voice, I'll give you 3 breaths' time to disappear from my sight. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the old man. He just casually glanced at the 5 people in front of him and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for their response leisurely. Sir, I'm the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea, the old man said in a deep voice. The Blood Sea was also a large mobile force around Lanshao City. They had been active around Lanshao City for more than 1,000 years. Due to the fact that their leader had the strength of a peak upper ultimate god and did not have a fixed base camp, even if some ultimate powerhouses wanted to encircle and annihilate them, they could not do anything unless the ultimate powerhouses were personally involved. Chapter 4409. You have 2 breaths of time left. Just when the old lady and the young lady thought that this kind-hearted purple-clad young man would back off after hearing that he was from the Blood Sea, the young man's next words were completely out of their expectations. They did not expect the young man to be so aggressive. Were they not afraid of the Blood Sea at all and did not put it in their eyes? Or were they from other places and did not know what the Blood Sea meant? Left guardian of Dharma, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Among the other 4 people, one of the 3 middle-aged men snorted coldly, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with icy cold killing intent. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma was furious. Even if the young man was a descendant of an ultimate expert, the Blood Sea was not afraid of him. So what if he was killed? After all, the Blood Sea would have to move away after achieving their goal. By then, even if an ultimate expert wanted to find them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 people from the Blood Sea vibrated with divine power and the power of law. The heaven and earth phenomenon also appeared. They were the best among the upper ultimate gods. Even the 3 weaker middle-aged men gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that they were not any weaker than the giant ape great demon that he had encountered in Dancing Sun City. The 2 old men's strength was comparable to the personal demon guard of Crimson Demon Ridge. Is there an ultimate expert behind the Blood Sea they mentioned? Duan Lingtian asked the old woman behind him through voice transmission when he saw the 5 people charging toward him and displaying their strength. When the old lady heard this, she quickly regained her senses and replied instinctively, "The Blood Sea organization doesn't have a supreme powerhouse. However, the leader is a powerhouse who has comprehended the law of death to the perfection stage." Comprehended the law to the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian had encountered many such existences since he came to the outer realm. The first one was Crimson Devil's personal devil guard, Wuxia. Later on, in Dancing Sun City, they saw 3 great demons who had comprehended the laws to the lesser perfection stage. They were the 3 strongest great demons under the Qi Ming Demon Venerate of Qi Ming Mountain. When they attacked, they also used the power of law of the lesser perfection realm. However, the difference between comprehending an ordinary law to perfection and comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death, to perfection was completely different. Because if one wanted to step into the minor perfection of a supreme law, it was more than 10 times more difficult to step into the minor perfection of an ordinary law. And its power was even greater. Even if one had just stepped into the realm of minor perfection, they would still be stronger than those who had been stuck in the realm of minor perfection for many years, or even those who were close to great perfection. If it was an ordinary law that had been comprehended to lesser perfection, then the 2 old men from the Blood Sea before him had already comprehended the laws of fire and the laws of metal to that level. It illuminated 100,000 li. Compared to the space and time laws that Duan Lingtian currently possessed, it could be said to be much stronger. Moreover, the divine weapons in their hands were all supreme divine weapons. They don't have any supreme experts behind them, nor are they the leaders of their respective organizations, but they all have supreme divine weapons, 5 people and 2 supreme divine weapons. This Blood Sea organization does have some skills. While Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, his expression was as calm as before. He had asked the old woman if there were any supreme experts in the Blood Sea organization because he wanted to confirm if he should hold back. If there were any supreme experts, holding back and defeating them would be the best choice. He did not want to offend a supreme expert. Now that the other party did not hold back at all and went for the kill as soon as they attacked, he no longer had any concerns. If it was before I became a higher ultimate god, even with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would only be able to fight them to a draw. Now, although the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements can't help me for the time being, with my cultivation base as a higher ultimate god and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that has transformed into a supreme divine weapon, I'm not any weaker than when I was a medium ultimate god with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. After leaving the small world in the Crimson Demon's body, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had consumed a lot of energy. Only the world-cleansing divine water was in better condition. If it was not necessary, Duan Lingtian did not intend to borrow their strength. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its aura was much sharper than before. Before arriving at Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian had traded with the people from the outer realm in the ruined cities mainly for the 7 orifices exquisite sword's transformation. With his current strength, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's grade could not keep up. Therefore, he had traded for many good items to forcefully upgrade the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The consequence of doing so was that the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang could not leave the divine weapon like other supreme divine weapons. Huang needed to cultivate in seclusion within the sword for a period of time. She could only leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword after reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, this did not affect the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was now a supreme divine sword through and through. Supreme divine weapon. The 5 people from the Blood Sea were shocked when Duan Lingtian took out his supreme divine sword. However, on second thought, they felt that it was reasonable. After all, Duan Lingtian did not panic when the 5 of them took out 2 supreme divine weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw Duan Lingtian use the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles, they sneered. "How dare you meddle in our business with such strength?" At this moment, in their eyes, the purple-robed young man in front of them was already a dead man. Even the old woman behind Duan Lingtian was filled with despair. She had thought that the person in front of her would be strong since he dared to meddle in their business. She did not expect him to be so weak. With such strength, he was definitely not a match for the 5 from the Blood Sea. The expression of the young woman beside the old woman changed when she saw this. Then, she hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Run away quickly! You are not their match." Although she wanted to live, she knew that Duan Lingtian was not going to survive. If Duan Lingtian did not run away, he might become her scapegoat. This was not what she wanted to see. She did not want to implicate the innocent. "It's over." The old woman's eyes and face were filled with despair. She was completely disheartened. "How dare you stick your neck out with such strength? You are digging your own grave." One of the middle-aged men from the Blood Sea could not help but mock. The 5 of them charged toward Duan Lingtian. 5 against 1. They didn't even use their bloodline power or law avatars? Seeing the 5 of them charging forward as if victory was in their hands, and did not even use their bloodline power or law avatars, Duan Lingtian knew that the 5 of them did not feel the need to use their bloodline power or law avatars to deal with him. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 law avatars flew out of Duan Lingtian's body. They were his space law avatars and time law avatars. Even with 2 laws of nature avatars and your true body, your outcome won't change. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea said indifferently. Then he slashed out with his saber. Flames burned the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian's time law avatars. In his opinion, his saber could easily destroy the opponent's law avatars. Chapter 44:10. In the eyes of the young woman and the old woman, although the purple-clad young man was strong, he would definitely be defeated or even killed by the 5 powerhouses from the Blood Sea organization. The young woman, in particular, regretted not stopping the old woman from asking the young man for help. Based on the current situation, not only would she and the people around her not be able to escape, but the young man would also be implicated by them. I did try to persuade him to leave, but why did he stay and fight them head-on? The young woman could not understand why the young man in front of her was so stubborn. In her opinion, the young man was facing a crisis. Unless he could summon a supreme expert to help him in a short time, he would definitely die. After all, the young man had not even comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Among the 5 people, 2 of them had already comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. "Are you looking down on me?" Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw that the 5 people from the Blood Sea organization did not intend to use their bloodline power or their law clones even though they were about to fight him. Did he, Duan Lingtian, look so easy to bully? "Since you look down on me, then let's end this quickly. If there's an afterlife, I hope you'll remember not to underestimate anyone. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit." After sighing inwardly, Duan Lingtian's 2 law clones attacked and displayed their sharp sword principles. His original body took the lead and used the law of space, which was close to the small perfection stage, to merge with his sword principles and directly faced the 3 weaker middle-aged men. The 2 powerful old men were now targeting Duan Lingtian's law clones. Whoosh! A sword light seemed to illuminate an area of 10,000 miles. The 7-colored sword light was dazzling and seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. The seven-colored sword light perfectly illustrated this point. No. How is this possible? The three middle-aged men who were not weak were elites in the Blood Sea. They were the cream of the crop among the higher ultimate gods. However, when Duanling Tian swung his sword at them, they could not defend themselves at all. In other words, their resistance was futile. Under the sword light of Duanling Tian's true body, the attacks of the three were completely shattered. They did not even have time to mobilize their bloodline power or law clones before they were drowned by the sword light. The three powerful auras were instantly annihilated. The two old men who were currently fighting Duanling Tian's law doppelganger were also shocked after the initial confrontation. This was because they discovered that although it was only a law clone, the sword Dao that it displayed shocked them. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for them to take down the law clone. The stalemate lasted for a moment, but it was only a slight advantage. However, just as they gained the upper hand, they were even more shocked to find that the other three people on their side were killed in the blink of an eye. In one move, he had killed 3 people. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't have such terrifying strength. The two of them looked at each other in the eye and reached a tacit agreement. They quickly retreated and fled. Run! At this time, they realized that the purple-clad young man in front of them was an iron plate that they could not kick. His strength was so terrifying that he might not be weaker than the leader of their Blood Sea organization. A peak upper ultimate god. This was definitely a peak upper ultimate god. If an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm did not appear, no one below the Supreme Realm could take him down. Trying to escape? Duanling Tian smiled faintly in the face of the two old men who had decided to escape and executed it in an instant. He did not seem surprised at all. Then, his true body teleported and stopped one of them. Meanwhile, the two nomological law clones, the nomological law of space and the nomological law of time, blocked the other person's path. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the two old men who had not exerted their full strength were surrounded by blood chi. It was obvious that they had activated their bloodline power and did not dare to be as careless as before. However, even though they had activated their bloodline power, they did not have any intention to fight. Your Excellency, we admit defeat this time. The old man who was stopped by Duanling Tian's true body said gloomily. Just now, I've already sent a message to our leader. If you kill us, you'll become an enemy of the Blood Sea organization. Our leader won't let you go. He then added, our chief is close to being an invincible higher supreme god, an invincible upper ultimate god. In the past, Duanling Tian did not have any concept of this. However, after coming to the outer realm, he had heard of an invincible upper ultimate god more than once. He knew that they stood at the top of the upper ultimate gods and were almost invincible unless an supreme realm expert appeared. An invincible upper ultimate god was either an expert who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm or someone who had comprehended the laws to the Great Perfection Realm and had mastered other amazing techniques. An invincible upper ultimate god? Duanling Tian did not mind the old man's words at all. With his current strength, only an invincible higher ultimate god would be able to threaten his life apart from a supreme powerhouse. As for an invincible upper ultimate god, perhaps there were many who were stronger than him. However, even if they were stronger than him, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed without being entangled with them. Even if it was an invincible upper ultimate god, as long as his opponent was not an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws of space or time to the Great Perfection Realm, it would not be easy to kill him with his mastery of the laws of time and time. Moreover, the leader of the Blood Sea organization was only an invincible upper ultimate god. If he comes, I don't mind sparring with him. As Duanling Tian spoke, he did not stop attacking the old man even though he was injured. Although the old man was only one person, his strength was much stronger than the previous 3 people. Moreover, the previous 3 people did not use their bloodline power or law clones at all. However, the old man in front of him had activated his bloodline power and his strength had increased even more. Therefore, Duan Lingtian only managed to kill the old man after nearly 10 moves, even though he did not have enough fighting spirit to do so. At the same time, the other old man from the Blood Sea organization, who had previously said that he was the left guardian of Dharma, was entangled by Duan Lingtian's 2 law clones. He wanted to escape but could not. He wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian's law clones but was unable to do so. If it was only a law clone, he was confident that he could defeat it given enough time. However, the 2 law clones joined forces with the extremely powerful sword principle and were evenly matched with him. It's over. When the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea organization saw the other old man being killed by Duan Lingtian, despair appeared in his eyes. The old man's strength was on par with his. He was the right guardian of the Blood Sea organization. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. In the next moment, the old man who had suppressed the despair in his eyes suddenly shot out a vicious light. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force began to rise from his body like a primordial beast that had been dormant for a long time suddenly erupted. Chapter 44:11. In fact, it was no longer easy for an ultimate god to self-destruct the small world in one's body. Although it was still possible to do so, the price to pay was correspondingly higher. At the ultimate god realm, one's spirit and body had already become one. Once the small world in one's body self-destructed, it was equivalent to self-mutilation. Not only would one's body have to endure the pain of being torn apart, but one's soul would also have to endure the pain of having one's soul refined. Once the small world self-destructed, one would die in endless pain and gradually lose consciousness. One could even see one's body falling apart. It was a very cruel way to die. It was also because of this that very few ultimate gods and above would have the courage to make such a choice when they were about to lose their lives in a battle with another. Idiot! Just as the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea chose to self-destruct the small world in an attempt to seriously injure Duan Lingtian and even kill him together with Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly sounded again. His tone was sarcastic and mocking. Have you forgotten that I'm an expert in the law of space and the law of time? Duan Lingtian's mocking smile was not an act. It was a subconscious sneer after he recovered from the shock. He thought his opponent had really lost his mind. The self-destruction of the small world in one's body required the use of one's own divine energy and the power of law. The speed of the process depended on the strength of the power of law and divine energy. His opponent's power of law was indeed superior to his understanding of the law of space and the law of time. However, it was only one of the 5 elemental laws. The law of space and the law of time were supreme laws that were superior to the 5 elemental laws. The other 2 laws were also extremely strange as they controlled space and time. Although Duan Lingtian's original body could not use both the law of time and the law of space at the same time, his 2 avatars could cooperate with each other. Since his original body was the leader, they could cooperate very well. Duan Lingtian's time and space laws had been comprehended with the help of a supreme master's godhead. It was also because of this that his comprehension of time and space laws was close to perfection. With the 2 of them working together, even if the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea had comprehended the law of 5 elements to the small perfection realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to hurt Duan Lingtian by detonating the small world in his body. Enjoy your choice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian did not dare stay any longer. If he did, even if his 2 nomological clones could still save his original body, they would definitely be destroyed. Once his law doppelganger was destroyed, even with his current strength, it would take him a long time to reform it again. After all, the stronger he was, the stronger his law doppelganger would be. It did not mean that the speed at which he condensed his law doppelganger would increase. Everything depended on his attainments in the path of laws. Whoosh! With a teleport, Duan Lingtian left his original spot and arrived in front of the old woman and the young woman. He raised his hand and a force enveloped the 2 of them. If you don't want to be dragged down by him, don't resist my power. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice reverberated in the ears of the old woman and the young woman. In an instant, the 2 of them retracted the divine power that they had been accumulating. Originally, Their faces had already darkened because they had not expected the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea to be so resolute as to self-detonate the small world in his body. It should be known that not everyone had the courage to do such a thing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had brought the old woman and the young woman out of the range of the left guardian of Dharma's self-detonation. During this process, the power of the small world in his body had attempted to seal off a large area of the surrounding space. However, Duan Lingtian had forcibly opened a gap and teleported away. During this process, Duan Lingtian's time law doppelganger and space law doppelganger worked together to control the time in the surrounding space and to prevent the space from collapsing. In the end, before the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea could self-detonate, Duan Lingtian's two law doppelgangers helped each other and successfully left the range of the other party's self-detonation. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in all directions. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread in all directions. There was not a single place within 1,000 miles that was left unscathed. At the same time, a mournful and unwilling cry resounded in all directions, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. This was the cry of the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea before he died. In the moment before his death, he had experienced the ultimate torture that felt like a century had passed. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He was filled with regret. If he had known that he could not kill the purple-clad young man or even hurt him, he would have died a normal death instead of self-detonating. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The normal death of a high-level ultimate god would not cause too much of a commotion. It was unlike the death of an ultimate god that would cause many strange phenomena. However, if a high-level ultimate god had self-detonated and died, although there would not be any strange phenomena, it would still cause quite a commotion. At least, people within 1,000 miles would be able to hear the commotion. Oh my God! What a huge commotion! Is this the self-detonation of an ultimate god? It feels like the commotion came from a very far place. If an ultimate god had self-detonated, it would be at least a high-level ultimate god, right? I really admire this person's courage. He still has the courage to self-detonate when he has reached the ultimate god realm. I just don't know if he self-detonated and took his opponent down with him. He must have taken his opponent down with him, right? If his opponent did not take him down with them, wouldn't his self-detonation be in vain? The people within 1,000 miles began to pay attention to the commotion coming from afar. Some people who liked to join in the fun even started to search for the source of the commotion. At the same time, a middle-aged man who had just entered 1,000 miles radius suddenly stopped in his tracks with an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. He was a middle-aged man who was about 2 meters tall in a gray robe. Although his robe was loose, it could not hide his bulky body. After looking at each other, they saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. You mean, the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma did not kill the other party? At this moment, both of them were shocked. Yes. At this time, the face of the leader of the Blood Sea organization had recovered a lot. Then, he moved and walked in the direction he came from. Obviously, he planned to return to the temporary base of the Blood Sea organization. He didn't plan to kill his 5 capable subordinates. It seems, even Sir Leader is afraid of the other party. The 2 old men quickly followed their leader and could not help but communicate with each other through voice transmission. Isn't it obvious? If he was not afraid of the other party, Sir Leader would have pursued the other party. Sir Leader is not one to be taken advantage of. Chapter 44:12. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the leader of the Blood Sea had arrived not long after. He also did not know that the leader was afraid of his strength and retreated. Of course, even if he did not know, he could roughly guess the result. Since he could kill the 5 experts of the Blood Sea, it was enough to prove his strength. The leader of the Blood Sea was neither an ultimate expert nor an invincible upper-level ultimate god. It was impossible for him to kill him to avenge his subordinates. Moreover, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the leader of the Blood Sea might not really want to avenge his subordinates. Perhaps, to him, the people under him were just tools. Whoosh! Inside the divine artifact flying ship, Duan Ling Tian stood there. Not far in front of him, the young woman and the old woman were thanking Duan Ling Tian. Big brother, thank you for saving our lives. I Yi Changwei will remember what happened today. If you need my help in the future, you can look for me at the Ye family in Yiling City. At this moment, Yi Changwei looked at the purple-clad young man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. This was because the elders beside her had told her that the young man in front of her was not old. Although she could not tell his exact age with her strength, she was certain that he was not more than 10,000 years old. Not more than 10,000 years old. Then, he was at most 9,000 years old. She, Yi Changwei, was only 3,000 years old. In the outer realm, experts were easily tens of thousands of years old or even hundreds of thousands of years old. Especially among the upper-level ultimate gods, it was normal for them to be close to 100,000 years old. If one became an invincible upper-level ultimate god, as long as there were no accidents, it would not be difficult for him to live for more than 100,000 years even if he did not step into the ultimate expert realm. In the outer realm, those who were less than 10,000 years old were considered young. Many places even considered those who were younger than 20,000 years old or even 30,000 years old as young. It's nothing. I just don't like them. You don't have to thank me. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yi Changwei and said indifferently, since you're going to Blue Dawn City, I'll give you a ride. When we reach Lan Xiaoqing, we will part ways, and we may never meet again. This time, he'd gone to Blue Dawn City for the sake of helping Wang Yiyuan, whom he'd met in the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, fulfill his final wish. He had no other wishes, and this was also the first goal he'd set for himself. Then, he would stay in Lanshao City for a while to learn more about the situation in the outer realm. Then, he would leave Lanshao City and go out to explore. Since he had come to the outer realm, he did not plan to stay in the city and cultivate. What he needed was not only cultivation, but also a baptism of blood and fire. His wife, Kerr, could not wait for him for too long. In the past, he had been advancing triumphantly, but that didn't mean that he would be able to do so in the future. In the future, he still had to fight for himself. Even becoming an invincible higher ultimate god was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to become an ultimate god, the strongest among ultimate gods. He wanted to find the Spectre clan member who had merged with Yun Qingyan and force him to release his wife from the soul shackles. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Yi Changwei to speak. He took a few steps back and sat cross-legged on the side of the spaceship. Even when Yi Changwei asked for his name, he did not say a word. Yi Changwei looked disappointed when she saw this. This was the first time in her life that she had been frustrated by someone of the same generation. She had seen many geniuses before. Even those young geniuses who were younger than 10,000 years old and had the strength of a high-level ultimate god had tried to curry favor with her. In fact, there was more than one of them. Granny, who do you think he is? Yi Changwei and the old woman walked to the other side of the spaceship. Yi Changwei looked at the old woman with a complicated expression. I've never heard of a young genius who's not even 10,000 years old who has the strength of an invincible higher ultimate god. I don't think he's from the heavenly sand realm. The old woman glanced at the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and said softly, I've never heard of such a talented young man in the heavenly sand realm. He must be from outside the heavenly sand realm. What a joke! How could someone who was not even 10,000 years old not have a powerful background? There were legends of people who rose from the bottom up in the outer realm, but it was impossible for someone to achieve this. He's not from the heavenly sand realm? Yi Changwei's eyes glinted as she muttered, I'm really curious. Which realm is he from? I've never heard of such a genius even in the outer realm. He must be a descendant of a reclusive force that rarely shows himself. Who knows, he might be a descendant of many ultimate gods. Yi Changwei's curiosity about Duan Ling Tian was apparent. However, this is my first time meeting such a blockhead. I've already introduced myself, but he didn't tell me his name. When I asked him about it, he ignored me. Could it be that his name is so shameful? Yi Changwei lowered her voice as she spoke. She was obviously worried that Duan Lingtian would hear her. Young mistress. The old woman was helpless. Earlier, that young master also said that we'll part ways when I arrive at Lanshao City. We'll be strangers from now on. You'd better not provoke him. With the speed of the flying ship, we'll arrive at Lanshao City in no time. She could tell that her young mistress was curious about the young man in purple. As someone who had been through this, she knew that this was a dangerous thing. When a woman was curious about a man, it was often the beginning of her fall. And she wanted to nip all of this in the bud. Don't forget that we're here at Lanshao City for official business. The old woman reminded her. Yi Changwei nodded when she heard this, and at the same time, she glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian with slight unwillingness, and she didn't lower her voice any longer and seemed to raise it intentionally. No matter what, I, Yi Changwei, won't easily forget the favor of saving my life. One day, I'll repay the favor of saving my life. Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't seal off his consciousness and hearing, so he clearly heard Yi Changwei's words. But even then, he still remained indifferent. He pretended that he did not hear what she said. It did not take long for the flying ship to arrive at Lanshao City. Lanshao City was a vast and magnificent city, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dancing Sun City that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The Wang clan that Wang Yiyuan is from. I wonder what kind of clan they are in Lanshao City. When he was in Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian knew that most of the clans in the Outer Realm controlled the cities. The clans in the cities were also divided into different levels. For example, in Dancing Sun City, the 5 major clans that were overseen by experts were the first-class clans in Dancing Sun City. The second-class clans did not have an expert overseeing them but had a deep foundation. There were many godly venerable experts in the clans, especially clans that were close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. I'll keep the flying ship. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yi Changwei. He did not wait for her to react before he kept the flying ship and flew into Lanshao City. In the blink of an eye, his figure completely disappeared from Yi Changwei's sight. At that moment, Yi Changwei found it difficult to accept Duan Lingtian's attitude. She was furious. Do I, Yi Changwei, make him hate me so much? Why is he in such a hurry to leave me? Humph. Since you're in Lanshao City, it's not difficult for me to find you. We'll meet again. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that he had unintentionally provoked a petty woman. After entering Lanshao City, he began to inquire about the Wang clan that Wang Yiyuan was from. The Wang clan used to be one of the strongest clans in Lanshao City. They had an expert overseeing them. However, 100,000 years ago, the Wang clan's expert fell and their status in Lanshao City plummeted. They went from a first-class clan to a second-class clan. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the Wang clan has fallen, they're still deeply rooted in Lanshao City. They're one of the strongest clans even among the second-class clans in Lanshao City. Currently, the Wang clan has 3 experts who are close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. They're the 3 founding elders of the Wang clan and also the old antiques of the Wang clan. In just half a day, Duan Lingtian had found out a lot about the Wang clan in Lanshao City at the cost of some immortal crystals. He also found out about Wang Yiyuan. Only then did he know that Wang Yiyuan was actually the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wang clan. Come to think of it, if it was not for his outstanding talent and comprehension, why would the Crimson Demon take a fancy to Wang Yiyuan and imprison him in his little world as one of the candidates for possession? Speaking of which, the prodigy of the Wang clan could be considered to have died at an untimely age. I heard some time ago that he was training outside and died. Wang Yiyuan was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Wang clan, and his sister was the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. The reason why the latter was able to have a smooth life in the Wang clan was mainly because of Wang Yiyuan, the prodigy that the Wang clan focused on nurturing. Now that Wang Yiyuan has died, Wang Luoyu has lost her protection. In addition to her beauty, I'm afraid she'll become a marriage tool for the Wang clan. That's right, Wang Yiyuan and Wang Luoyu are actually only collateral relatives in the Wang family. It was only because Wang Yiyuan was outstanding enough that he was accepted by one of the main branches of the Wang family. Now that Wang Yiyuan has died, Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant will not be lost. Otherwise, it'll seem like the Wang clan is burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, the Wang clan will definitely use Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant to push her out to represent the Wang clan in a marriage alliance to maximize her benefits. When Wang Yiyuan was still around, some of the higher-ups in the Wang clan already had such thoughts. However, because of Wang Yiyuan's ruckus, the matter was left unsettled. In the end, no one mentioned pushing Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance. After hearing all sorts of news about the Wang siblings, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Wang Yiyuan had such a dying wish. It was obvious that Wang Yiyuan knew that it would be fine if he was still alive. However, if he died, his sister would definitely be used by the Wang clan as a marriage tool. I've more or less understood the situation. Now what I have to do is to get in touch with Wang Luoyu and tell her about Wang Yiyuan's request. After that, it'll be up to her to decide. As long as she's willing, I'll do my best to find a free and pure land for her without the pressure of a marriage alliance. After walking out of the restaurant, Duan Lingtian headed in the direction of the Wang clan. Chapter 44:13. In Lanshao City, there was a clear distinction between the clans. The first-rate clans were all stationed in the best places in Lanshao City. To the east of Lanshao City was where the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City were stationed. Each of the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City had an ultimate powerhouse. Therefore, they were the 4 most powerful clans in Lanshao City. Their status in Lanshao City was comparable to the 5 clans with ultimate powerhouses that Duan Lingtian had visited in Dancing Sun City. The 5 great clans had 5 supreme experts overseeing them. They were in the limelight and were extremely powerful. However, after the Battle of Dancing Sun City, the 5 clans of Dancing Sun City were completely crippled. Although not all of the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 clans had died, those who were still alive had escaped from Dancing Sun City. However, they could not bring their clan's foundations with them. In the end, they were destined to be destroyed by the demons of Mount Qiming led by the Qiming demon venerable. After all, there was an unforgettable feud between them. It would not be so easy to resolve it. Even ultimate powerhouses are not invincible. It's not impossible for them to be killed by others. The Battle of Dancing Sun City made Duan Lingtian witness a shocking scene. Ultimate powerhouses had fallen, and there was a phenomenon in the sky. A rain of blood poured down, and the momentum was vast. It was as if the heavens were crying tears of blood for the ultimate powerhouse's death. Although the Wang clan is only a second-rate clan in Lanshao City, because of its glorious past, it was once a first-rate clan in Lanshao City. Its ultimate powerhouse ancestor had built many connections outside. Even if it did not move its base, the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City did not target it and force it to move. After all, if the Wang clan was forced, it might anger the ultimate powerhouses in the outside world who had connections with the ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan. The ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan did not die by accident. He was taken away by the 10,000-year tribulation. His friend is also a supreme expert. Those who are still alive are undoubtedly existences that are even more powerful than him. Perhaps, none of the ultimate masters of the 4 first-class families in Lanshao City would dare to say that they are stronger than the ultimate masters who had close ties with the Wang family's ancestor in the outside world. Moreover, the Wang family only has a base in the best place in Lanshao City. The most profitable businesses in Lanshao City are all in the hands of the 4 first-rate families. The Wang family can't get involved at all, and they don't dare to. The strong are respected, and the strong are respected. This has always been the case in the outer realm. Although he had not been in Lanshao City for long, Duan Lingtian had inquired about the Wang family's situation clearly. The Wang clan, as a first-rate clan in the former Blue Dawn City, had an incomparably glorious past. When the ancestor of the supreme powerhouses was still alive, it was only others who sought marriage alliances. They never had to take the initiative to find marriage alliances. However, in today's Wang clan, after not having a descendant with the talent to become an ultimate powerhouse for a long time, they once again began to form marriage alliances in order to survive. This was because they knew that as time passed, the ultimate masters that the Wang clan had connections with in the outside world would grow old one by one and be taken away by the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. At that time, without the protection of external aid, it would be even more difficult for the Wang clan to maintain the status it currently had today. Therefore, they needed to use marriage alliances to seek other protection. In the past, Wang Luoyu, who was recognized as the #1 beauty in Lanshao City, was favored by many direct descendants of the ultimate masters in the outside world. Many of them were direct descendants of the ultimate masters, so many people in the Wang clan had their eyes on Wang Luoyu. However, Wang Luoyu's elder brother, Wang Yiyuan, had already displayed the potential to become an ultimate master. Therefore, after weighing the two sides, more people chose to support Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan was unwilling to let his sister marry, so they all supported him. Therefore, with Wang Yiyuan around, Wang Luoyu's situation was actually quite good. Even if Wang Yiyuan went missing and could not be contacted, no one made things difficult for Wang Luoyu until some time ago, when Wang Yiyuan's spirit pearl shattered and the Wang clan confirmed Wang Yiyuan's death. The matter of Wang Luoyu's marriage alliance was once again brought up by many people. In fact, recently, there were already many powerful families from the outside world that had sent people to propose marriage. Duan Lingtian flew over Lanshao City. Not long after, he arrived outside the inner city where the Wang clan and the 4 first-class clans of Lanshao City were located. Normally, the inner city would not allow unauthorized people to enter. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the inner city where the Wang clan was located, a patrolling member of the Wang clan came forward to stop him. The Wang clan is located in front of you. Please wait. The Wang clan members were an old man and 2 middle-aged men. They were the Wang clan's elder and 2 young men who were in charge of patrolling the inner city. I'm here to visit the Wang clan. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly. At the same time, his aura appeared and shrouded the 3 of them. A strong pressure from his space law and sword principle pressed down on the 3 of them. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men among the 3 instantly changed, and their faces flushed red. Even the old man's expression changed drastically. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, who immediately withdrew his aura, the Wang clan's elder would have most likely sought help from the Wang clan. Even then, his expression was still grave. Sir, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off to the Wang clan? Don't misunderstand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. Senior, you have the strength of a high-level ultimate god, and you're obviously not an ordinary high-level ultimate god. You must be an elder of the Wang clan, right? My name is Li Feng. I'm an itinerant cultivator from the outside world. When I was passing by Lanshao City, I heard that many young talents from big clans came to propose marriage to the Wang clan. In addition, I heard many people say that Miss Wang Luoyu is the most beautiful woman in the Wang clan. He might even be at a disadvantage after a few moves or even be defeated. After all, it was a spar, not a battle to the death. There was no option of escaping. Even so, he believed that the Wang clan would be able to see his potential. When that time came, the Wang clan would be very satisfied with this live-in son-in-law. Perhaps they could not wait for him to immediately marry Wang Luoyu and become the Wang clan's son-in-law. Whoosh! At this moment, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body shot out as well. In just a blink of an eye, it destroyed the Grand Elder's aura mercilessly. In order to further prove his strength, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all this time. He directly caused the Grand Elder of the Wang clan to take 3 steps back. At the same time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This scene caused the other 3 members of the Wang clan to be shocked. It was just a collision of energy. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated in an instant. At the same time, I want to train myself and seek a breakthrough. However, if anything happens to the Wang family, as long as it is within my power, I will not shirk my duty. After all, my goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. If I stay in the Wang family and work behind closed doors, I may not be able to take that step. Of course, even if I become a supreme powerhouse, as long as I am Wang Luoyu's husband, I am a member of the Wang family. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, there was a burning look in his eyes. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, the Wang family grand elder did not think much of it. In his opinion, such a heaven-defying monster could not stay in the Wang family forever. The other party's interest in their Wang family's Wang Luoyu was probably just a whim. However, compared to a marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius, if this young man was really willing to marry into the Wang family, it would undoubtedly be much more beneficial to the Wang family. Even if the young geniuses of the supreme powerhouse's forces were in the direct line of descent, they might not necessarily be able to rise to power in the future. Although their elders were at the peak of their power, they might not be willing to do something difficult for their wives and concubines. A marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius was actually more of a matter of reputation. For example, if the Wang family grand elder had a marriage alliance with a certain faction, they might not let the matter rest if they touched the Wang family grand elder. However, if the young man in front of them really got together with their Wang family's Wang Luoyu, it would definitely be much more beneficial to the Wang family. From young Master Li Feng's words, it's not hard to see that young Master Li Feng is a straightforward person. Although the Wang family grand elder had suffered a loss in front of Duan Ling Tian, he was still all smiles. At the same time, he sent 2 messages to the current Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders. "You flatter me, grand elder." Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and smiled. "Young Master Li Feng, please follow me to the Wang family's guest hall. Our Wang family patriarch has already gone there and is awaiting young Master Li Feng's arrival." In the message just now, the Wang family grand elder had already informed the Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family grand elders, of the ins and outs of the matter. According to the Wang family patriarch's intentions, if this matter really came to fruition, it would definitely be great for the Wang family. The Wang family grand elder had also expressed his willingness to spar with the other party and test his strength. If the young man was really not even 10,000 years old and already had the strength to contend with him, then the Wang family would definitely not let this son-in-law go so easily. They would do their best to keep him here. The Wang family patriarch had even sent a message to the leader of Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent, instructing him to do his job well for Wang Luoyu. If that monstrous young genius was really willing to win over Wang Luoyu, it would be a great opportunity for Wang Luoyu. It would also be a great opportunity for the Wang family. An existence who was not even 10,000 years old but was close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. Such a monstrous genius might be able to step into the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert before the age of 20,000. An ultimate expert who was not even 20,000 years old. Even in the outer realm and the history of the 10,000 worlds, although there were not many of them, there were definitely not many of them. Moreover, each of them had left their names in history. Among them, there was no lack of universe supremacy experts. In the Wang family's estate, in a quiet and elegant courtyard, 2 young women were sitting in front of a stone table and chatting with each other. Both of them had a smile on their faces. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that one of the 2 young women was the woman who came to Lanshao City with him not long ago, Yi Changwei. Currently, the old woman who came with Yi Changwei was also standing at the side of the courtyard. Her gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly from time to time, as though she was aware of the movements in the surroundings. "Sister Changwei, I'm afraid the next time you want to look for me, it won't be in Lanshao City anymore. Even if you intend to look for me, you might not be able to get what you want." At this moment, the young woman sitting together with Yi Changwei suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A helpless expression appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. At the same time, a hint of pain flashed in the depths of her eyes. At this moment, she thought of her brother Wang Yiyuan. When she thought of how she was often willful and made her brother unhappy in the past, Her heart was filled with regret. Unknowingly, tears rolled down her cheeks like pear blossoms. Sister Luoyu, I'll look for Patriarch Wang later and tell him that I want to invite you to my place as a guest. After that, I'll arrange for you to leave and never return to the Wang family or Lanshao City again. Yi Changwei said with a resolute expression. This was also the purpose of her visit this time. Sister Changwei, I appreciate your kindness. Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly. However, if you really do this, it will only drag you down. Sister Luoyu, how is this a burden between us? If you and Brother Yuan didn't risk your life to save me back then, I would have died outside. Now that Brother Yuan is dead, you're my biological sister to me. Don't worry, I've already informed my father about what I'm going to do this time. He also supports me, Yi Changwei said. Yi Changwei shook her head. When Yi Changwei heard this, she shook her head again. Sister Changwei, Uncle Yi is at a crucial point in his competition for the position of patriarch of the Ye family. If he offends the Wang family because of this, I'm afraid the people who originally supported him will waver. I don't want to implicate Uncle Yi. Don't worry, even if I really have a marriage alliance, it's not necessarily a bad thing for me. Even if there are no feelings, we can still cultivate feelings. Although Wang Luoyu said it lightly, her heart was filled with helplessness. If possible, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the family's interests? Luoyu. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was a strong old man with a head full of white hair who strode over and arrived outside the courtyard very quickly. Grandpa Ming. Wang Luoyu stood up and walked out of the courtyard accompanied by Yi Changwei. She bowed respectfully to the person who came. The person who came was the head of their branch. All these years, he had taken good care of her and her brother. Could be said that he completely treated them as his grandchildren. Miss Yi is also here? When he saw Yi Changwei standing beside Wang Luoyu, the old man smiled and greeted her. In the past, the Ye family was nothing in the eyes of the Wang family, who had an ultimate expert holding the fort. However, now, the Ye family's strength was no weaker than the Wang family's because the Ye family had three existences who were close to being invincible at the supreme god level. One of them was the ancestor of the direct line of descent of the Ye family that Miss Yi was in. Chapter 44:15. Yi Changwei was a proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Her status in the Ye family was on a completely different level from Wang Luoyu's status in the Wang family. Yi Changwei's ancestor was one of the three strongest people in the Ye family. She was doted on by that ancestor. Moreover, there were very few female descendants in the Ye family's younger generation. Therefore, she had successfully become the proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Due to this, even Wang Ming, who was in charge of one of the Wang family's direct descendants, was very courteous to Yi Changwei. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Changwei nodded at Wang Ming. She had a good impression of this elder from the Wang family. According to Sister Luoyu, after Wang Yuan's accident, many people began to treat her coldly. However, this elder from the Wang family did not treat her that way. In fact, he had even comforted her a few times. Wang Ming glanced at Wang Luoyu and sighed. Luoyu, the patriarch, sent a message to me. He said that there's a young talent who wants to meet you. He said that he's willing to marry into our Wang family for you. Based on the patriarch's words, it seems like he's more willing to let that young talent marry into our Wang family than marry you off. The patriarch sent me here to inform you of this matter. He asked me to wait for news. Once he sends word, I'll bring you to him to meet that young talent. Wang Ming said. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Luoyu's face when she heard Wang Ming's words. Although there was no need for her to marry into another family, what was the difference between this and an additional marriage? She still could not choose a husband for herself. Of course, she had already accepted her fate regarding the marriage, let alone this. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Changwei looked at Wang Ming and frowned slightly. I'm here to bring Sister Luoyu to our Ye family as a guest to relax. I hope Elder Wang Ming can delay this matter for her. When Wang Ming heard this, he looked deeply at Yi Changwei before he shook his head and said, Miss Yi, The fact that you're so considerate shows that you really want to help this girl. However, I advise you to give up on this idea. If this matter blows up, it won't be a good thing for your father. It might even cause your father to lose the chance to become the head of the Ye family. As an elder of the Ye family, Wang Ming knew quite a lot about them. Currently, the position of the head of the Ye family was being contested by two of the most outstanding young men in the prime of their lives. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in every aspect. One of them was Yi Changwei's father. However, once Yi Changwei did something that infuriated the Wang family, the matter would definitely spread to the Ye family. It might even infuriate the Ye family elders, and they would favor Yi Changwei's father's opponent for the position of the head of the family. Hearing this, Yi Changwei's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then don't go to the Ye family. I'll be responsible for the whole thing." "You're in charge?" Wang Ming shook his head. "Miss Yi, you're too naive. Even if you didn't bring Luoyu to the Ye family, as long as we can confirm that you were the one who took Luoyu away and ruined the Wang family's marriage, the Wang family will still blame you and demand an explanation from the Ye family. Don't tell me you're going to leave the Ye family?" Wang Ming shook his head. He felt that this Miss Yi was too naive. Perhaps she was too worried and confused, so she didn't see the stakes clearly. As long as Sister Luoyu is fine, so what if I leave the Ye family? Yi Changwei's face turned slightly red as she said in a low voice, "Sister Changwei." At this moment, Wang Luoyu opened her mouth. "If you do this, Luoyu won't go with you even if she dies. Moreover, if you leave the Ye family, Uncle Yi will also be implicated at this juncture. Sister Changwei, don't interfere in this matter, no matter what the outcome is, no matter what the future holds. It's Luoyu's fate." As Wang Luoyu spoke, she sighed faintly. As for Yi Changwei, although she didn't say anything this time, it wasn't difficult to see how great a storm was raging in her heart just by looking at her darkened expression. "Grandpa Ming, go sit down in the courtyard and wait for news from the family head." Wang Luoyu looked at Wang Ming and greeted him with a smile. As for Wang Ming, when he saw how sensible Wang Luoyu was, he sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, before the news of Wang Yiyuan's death spread, before everyone's eyes focused on Wang Luoyu, it would have been better if he had sent this girl away. At that time, it would have been easy to send her away. But now it was difficult. Within the Wang family, a group of higher-ups who prioritized the family's interests were all eyeing Wang Luoyu, this family marriage tool. Luoyu. After Wang Ming entered and sat down, his originally serious face squeezed out a trace of a smile. Compared to a marriage outside, staying within the family is definitely a better choice. I heard from the elder in charge of patrolling today that the young talent is also a talent. Most importantly, he has astonishing strength at such a young age. In terms of natural talent and comprehension, even the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the family are far beyond his reach. Even to the extent that no one in the younger generation of the Sky Sand territory can compare to him. Such a person can make many girls crazy for him, but he only took a fancy to you. Perhaps many years later you'll be glad that you met him. Wang Luoyu took Wang Ming's words purely as comfort and didn't take it seriously at all. If he was really such a monstrous existence, why would he take a fancy to her, Wang Luoyu? Although she, Wang Luoyu, was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in Blue Dawn City, Blue Dawn City was only one of the cities within the Sky Sand territory. Not to mention the entire Outer Realm, even in the Sky Sand territory, there was probably someone who could not compare to her in terms of appearance and temperament. Elder Wang Ming. At this moment, even Yi Changwei could not bear to continue watching. She felt that Wang Ming's comfort was too exaggerated. If he is really such a monstrous figure as you said, would he be willing to marry into the Wang family for Luoyu? Based on what you said, he has a high possibility of becoming an omnipotent expert in the future. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family for a woman he has never met and only seen in her portrait? Yi Changwei was a disciple of an aristocratic family and had seen much of the world. She knew the pride of those capable young geniuses. It was impossible for them to marry into the Wang family for a woman when they knew that the family was of no help to them. Based on what Wang Ming said, that young talent did not need to rely on the Wang family at all even if he married into the Wang family. Perhaps the Wang family would need to rely on him soon. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family? What a joke! At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation at Wang Luoyu's side. He was meeting the Wang family's current clan leader in the Wang family's main hall. The current clan leader of the Wang family was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His face was resolute, and there was a hideous scar on his forehead that looked like an earthworm. In fact, such a scar could be easily removed. However, since the clan leader kept it, there must be a reason for it. Clan leader, this is young Master Li Feng. After the Wang family's grand elder brought Duan Lingtian into the Wang family's main hall, he began to introduce Duan Lingtian to the clan leader. Li Feng greets the clan leader of the Wang family. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the clan leader of the Wang family before him might not be a match for him, since he was here on business, he could not afford to fall out with the clan leader. If he fell out with the clan leader, it would not be beneficial for him to take away Wang Yuan's younger sister, Wang Luoyu. In fact, it might even cause more trouble. Brother Li Feng. Although the person before him looked very young, and the result of his divine consciousness probing showed that he was also very young, the clan leader of the Wang family did not dare to slight the other party because of this. After all, his strength was not much stronger than their Wang family's grand elder. However, their Wang family's grand elder had suffered a great loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, the clan leader of the Wang family was not only full of smiles at this moment, he even warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian. My name is Wang Kue, and I'm the current clan leader of the Wang family. If Brother Li Feng can really get together with our Wang family's Luoyu, it would not only be Luoyu's honor, it would also be our Wang family's honor. I've already contacted the Grand Elder regarding Brother Li Feng's request to spar with our Wang family's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's intention is that he is willing to spar with Brother Li Feng. Also, the Grand Elder's intention is that Brother Li Feng has come from afar, so he can rest in our Wang family for a few days and recover to his peak condition before you spar with him. Wang Kue said with a smile. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Clan leader Wang, tell the Grand Elder that I can spar now. If he's willing, we can spar now. Seeing that Wang Kue seemed to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he said, after I spar with the Grand Elder, it's time for me to officially meet Miss Luoyu. To me, this spar with the Grand Elder is a demonstration of my strength in front of the Wang family. I want to let the Wang family know that I, Li Feng, am worthy of Miss Luoyu. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kue's expression changed slightly before he said with a smile, since Brother Li Feng has said so, I'll send a message to ask the Grand Elder. After a moment, Wang Kue received a reply. Brother Li Feng, the Grand Elder asked me to bring you to see him. In order not to cause too much of a commotion, your spar with him will be held in one of our Wang family's spatial artifacts. Do you have any objections? If you want to spar outside, you'll have to find a secluded place outside the city. Wang Kue asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have no objections. If the space in your family's spatial artifact is stable enough, we'll spar there. Chapter 44:16. Sky Sand Territory. Kanglan City. Kanglan City was also a big city in Sky Sand Territory that had an ultimate expert. Its status in Sky Sand Territory was no less than Lanshao City and Dancing Sun City. Of course, everyone knew that Dancing Sun City had been destroyed. It was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. With the destruction of the 5 big clans, order had collapsed, and the rules had been broken. It had become a ruined city. Similar things often happened in the outer realms. A large city might be flourishing one day, but the next day, because of an unforeseen event, it would be completely destroyed and become one of the countless ruined cities in the outer realm. Just like the ruined cities that Duan Lingtian had been to in the past, they often had a prosperous past. However, time was merciless, and in the blink of an eye the world had changed. Kanglan City had a total of 5 big clans, and each of them had an ultimate expert. The 5 big clans had the best resources in Kanglan City. The other clans below them, including more than 10 second clans, could only rely on them to survive. After all, they were not as strong as them, and there was nothing to complain about when they were suppressed by them. Under such circumstances, the powerhouses of the various second-rate clans were also working hard, wanting to take a step further and step into the realm of the ultimate powerhouses. Once an ultimate expert was born in a second clans, they would be directly ranked as a first clans. However, Kanglan City was not peaceful today. Boom! 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 The sky above Kanglan City was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and it looked like it was going to rain. However, it did not rain for a long time. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in the sky, causing Kanglan City, which was originally dark because of the dark clouds, to experience the change from day to night, and then back to day again. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky. The terrifying sound wave even caused the entire Kanglan City to tremble a few times. Then, under the gaze of everyone in Kanglan City who looked up at the sky, a figure rose from a mansion in Kanglan City and arrived in the sky above Kanglan City. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky like a waterfall, drowning the figure. After that, space warped, and even the lightning and dark clouds were swept into it. This scene caused many people to be stunned. This is... what's going on? Looking at the calm sky, a moment ago, it was still raging, but now it was incomparably quiet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that there would be such a big change. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above each of the 5 spacious mansions in the inner city of Kanglan City. Then, these 5 figures all gathered together. I really didn't expect that the 6th strongest in our Kanglan City would be that guy from the Meng clan. One of them sighed emotionally. That old fellow is from the same generation as me. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to mine. If it wasn't for the fact that he experienced quite a big calamity later on that delayed his progress, perhaps he would have become an ultimate expert a step ahead of me. I have to say that this guy is pretty lucky. I heard that he was injured during the last Millennium Tribulation. Although it was only a minor injury, it's a sign of decline for a high-level ultimate god like him. If he can't break through and become an ultimate god, it's only a matter of time before he falls under the heavenly tribulation. Once he breaks through, our Kanglan City will have a 6th ultimate god. The Meng clan will also become the 6th first-rate clan in Kanglan City. Everyone, greet the juniors below. Take out some of the properties that our 5 clans are in charge of and distribute them to the Meng clan. From today onward, the Meng clan will be on equal footing with our 5 major clans. Become an ultimate god. In the air above the mansions of the 5 major first-rate clans in Kanglan City, the 5 ultimate gods gathered together to communicate. Obviously, not only did they recognize the person who had hidden in the clouds earlier and was swept away by the heavenly tribulation, but they could also see that he was about to become an ultimate god. As ultimate gods, they had all experienced a similar experience. They were taken away by the power of heaven and earth, swept into a space, and underwent a baptism to transform their strength and completely become an ultimate god. There was no danger in this process. As long as a person reached this step, they would be able to smoothly become a supreme expert. However, it was extremely difficult to reach this step. One had to meet the requirements of becoming an ultimate god in a certain aspect to receive the recognition of heaven and earth, be baptized by lightning and refined by space, and finally become an ultimate god. Currently, one of the Meng clan's second-rate clans in Kanglan City, who was close to becoming an invincible higher godly venerable, had reached this step and was taken away by the power of heaven and earth. Next, he would be baptized by lightning and refined by space to become an ultimate god. This was just a process. In the eyes of the ultimate gods of the 5 major first-rate clans, when this person from the Meng clan returned, he would be an ultimate god who could be on equal footing with them. Although he had just entered the ultimate realm, they were not necessarily stronger than him, even if some of them had become ultimate gods tens of thousands of years ago. After entering the ultimate realm, it was extremely difficult to advance further. It was precisely because of this that most ultimate God's strength was on the same level. Even if they were stronger, it could only be because their original bodies were different and their clans were different. Humans, for example, were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Even if a human's body was transformed by the baptism of heaven and earth when they became ultimate gods, the transformation effect was not as good as those of great demons and foreign life forms because their foundation was not as good as those of other life forms. Even so, the strength of a human ultimate god's body was not something that any great demons and foreign life forms who had not become ultimate gods could compare to. In the sky above Kanglan City, a phenomenon descended. In the second-rate Meng clan, a figure flew into the sky and was swept away by the power of heaven and earth. Many people saw this scene. Some people who knew about the phenomenon of an ultimate god breaking through also realized that the Meng clan was about to produce an ultimate god. The Meng clan is going to rise completely this time. The Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. The Meng clan will become the sixth first-rate clan in our Kanglan City. Similar discussions were everywhere in Kanglan City. In the Meng clan mansion, there was already a wave of excited laughter and cheers. The ancestor has become an ultimate god. Our Meng clan has risen. I really didn't expect that our Meng clan would produce an ultimate god one day. This will be the first ultimate god in our Meng clan's history, right? Yes. Although our Meng clan has produced many ultimate gods in the past, the strongest in history was only an existence that was extremely close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. An ultimate god has never appeared before. When the ancestor returns, our Meng clan will become a first-rate clan in Kanglan City. Haha. Just now, I received a message from some friends of the 5 first-rate clans. They said that their clans have already gathered to discuss ceding some of their properties to our Meng clan. In my life, to be able to see the Meng clan today, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Everyone in the Meng clan was excited. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard in the Meng clan, a young man's face was filled with excitement, but a hint of gloominess also flashed in his eyes. Humph! The Wang clan of Lanshao City completely looked down on me when I came to propose marriage. Isn't it because our Meng clan has never produced an ultimate god and is not strong enough? Now, our Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. Moreover, it's the ancestor of my bloodline. Moreover, it's my direct bloodline. And I'm the only son of the ancestor. He was well aware of how much that old ancestor of his valued him. In the past, he lacked a rare herb because of his cultivation. It was the ancestor who went deep into the tiger's den to retrieve the rare herb for him, allowing his cultivation path to be smooth sailing. That old ancestor completely saw him as the hope of the direct line of descent that was passed down. When the ancestor returns, I'll mention to him that I'm the one who wants to marry the woman from the Wang clan of Lanshao City. Even if the ancestor doesn't personally make an appearance, he'll definitely let the clan do it. At that time, I'd like to see how the Wang clan of Lanshao City, which only produced an ultimate god in the past, has the guts to reject my marriage proposal. Humph! In the past, I wanted to take Wang Luoyu as my first wife, but now, she's only fit to be a lowly concubine. The eyes of the Meng clan's younger direct bloodline disciple, Meng Yujing, shone brightly. There was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the death of one of the 5 ultimate gods in Wuyang City, the annihilation of the 5 great clans, or the birth of another ultimate god in Kanglan City, they were all major events in the Tiansha region. News of these 2 major events reached Lanshao City one after another. In Lanshao City, the news of these 2 incidents spread like wildfire. Even as more and more people in the second-rate Wang family's mansion knew about it, the head of the Wang family and the head elder of the Wang family had already left the Wang family. Of course, strictly speaking, they did not leave the Wang clan. Instead, they entered a spatial artifact that had been passed down in the Wang clan for generations. Within the spatial artifact, a purple-robed youth stood in the air. Currently, the space around him was a vast expanse, and he could not see the end of it. Opposite the purple-robed youth was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in a light green robe and looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. No emotions could be seen on his face. You're not even 10,000 years old, but you have such strength. You can be considered a peerless genius. I wonder where you're from, little brother? The green-robed old man was one of the 2 grand elders of the second-grade Wang clan of Wuyang City. Chapter 44:17. That was right. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City was also a sword cultivator. His sword radiance soared into the sky as the metal elemental law shone brightly and filled the entire artifact space. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the dark and murky time and brought light to the universe. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the appearance of the metal elemental law at the perfection stage. No matter what, his opponent was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City and was said to be close to an invincible upper ultimate god. It was not surprising that he had comprehended the metal elemental law at the perfection stage. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian was that the Grand Supreme Elder of the Wang clan in Lanshao City was not only proficient in the metal elemental law, but he had also mastered the sword principle. Moreover, it was not the embryonic form of the sword principle but the real sword principle. Of course, in terms of the sword principle realm, he was much weaker than Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian also unleashed his sword. In terms of weapons, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, which was now a supreme artifact, did not have any advantage because the sword in the Wang clan Grand Supreme Elder's hand was also a supreme artifact. Duan Lingtian infused his divine power into the divine sword. The sword hummed and the 7-colored sword radiance shone brilliantly. It was especially eye-catching among the golden sword radiance that filled the sky. Whoosh! 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 The golden sword radiance filled the entire artifact space. The terrifying sword essence seemed to cause the entire artifact space to tremble. The current Wang clan leader and the Wang clan Grand Supreme Elder stood in the distance with a solemn expression. In the past, they had once asked this Supreme Elder to give them guidance. However, compared to the situation today, this Supreme Elder was only playing a small game with them in the past. Today, they had truly witnessed the Grand Supreme Elder's peerless talent. The metal elemental law was amazing. The sword principle was equally amazing. No wonder some people say that the Grand Supreme Elder is the hope of the Wang clan to have another ultimate expert. The Grand Supreme Elder might really have the chance to enter the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert. The Wang clan leader muttered to himself. In the field, Duan Lingtian and the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan were fighting. When the Supreme Elder activated his bloodline power to attack, Duan Lingtian also felt the terrifying strength of this white-haired old man. No wonder he was close to being an invincible high-level supreme god. This person was definitely the most powerful opponent he had encountered since coming to the outer realm. Apart from the immortal realm, no one would dare to say that they could win against the old man in front of them unless an invincible higher-level supreme god appeared. Senior, your strength is truly admirable. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to defeat me with just the sword Dao. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had already exchanged over 100 moves with the old man. After these 100 moves, although Duan Lingtian fell into a slight disadvantage a few times, he quickly turned the situation around. He'd relied on none other than his sword Dao that was even more formidable than the sword Dao that his opponent had grasped. When it came to the path of the sword, the one who reached the apex would be the first. This had nothing to do with age. It was only related to perception. After 100 moves, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan also noticed the problem. Since he had comprehended the sword Dao, his opponent had relied on his more powerful sword Dao to find a loophole and escape many times when he had the upper hand. This was entirely because his opponent's sword Dao was more powerful than his. In terms of strength, his opponent was actually weaker than him, even if his opponent's sword Dao was stronger. However, because both of them had mastered the way of the sword, even if their paths were different, they were still ways of the sword, and there were many similarities between them. Today, Even if I don't master the sword Dao but saber Dao, spear Dao, or other weapons, it's almost impossible for me to defeat him, unless I master one of the other 3 heaven and earth Daos. After realizing this, the supreme elder of the Wang clan could not help but sigh. Let's end this sparring here. If this continues, both of us will only continue to exhaust each other. I'm afraid it's not possible for us to determine the victor. I admit that it's impossible for me to defeat you. However, it's also impossible for you to defeat me. In the end, my strength is still a level higher than yours. After saying this, the supreme elder of the Wang clan had already put away his powerful divine sword. He stood in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. If he had not seen it with his own eyes and experienced it for himself, he would not have believed that a young man who was not even 10,000 years old could reach this stage. He was even certain that this was the case. As long as this person did not die prematurely, it was only a matter of time before he became an ultimate expert. In fact, if this person became an ultimate expert, he would not be an ordinary ultimate expert. He knew about ultimate experts. Many ultimate experts were extremely talented before they became ultimate experts, but after they became ultimate experts, it was difficult for them to progress any further. That was because they had wasted far too much time before they became omnipotent powerhouses. For example, if he became an ultimate expert one day, his strength would probably remain at that level forever. If he wanted to progress any further, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. He was already very old. In fact, he might not even have the chance to become an ultimate expert. However, when he thought about the battle just now, the supreme elder of the Wang clan could not help but have an uncontrollable light in the depths of his eyes. Earlier, he had stopped in time not only because he felt that there was no point in continuing, but also because he had comprehended something in the way of the sword during the battle. At this moment, he was communicating with Duan Lingtian as he tried to capture that vague feeling. If his way of the sword could progress further, he would be one step closer to becoming an ultimate expert. Indeed, Duan Lingtian nodded. The battle just now had allowed him to witness the old man's strength. If Senior did not comprehend the way of the weapon, based on Senior's attainments in that way of the sword, I would only lose if the battle dragged on. Let's end this battle here. Next, I have a request that I hope Senior will agree to, Duan Lingtian said to the old man. Speak. The purple-clad young man before him had helped him find an opportunity to improve his way of the sword. Even if it was not intentional, he had unintentionally helped him greatly. He was still very grateful for this. When he heard that the other party had a request, he naturally could not refuse. In fact, as long as it was within his power, he would not refuse. He had been so magnanimous all his life. If he went against his heart now, it would be even more difficult for him to improve further. This junior hopes that Senior can be a matchmaker and help me and Miss Wang Luoyu from the aristocracy. In my life, I have seen many beauties, but only this Miss Wang Luoyu made me fall in love with her at first sight, unable to extricate myself. If I am not fated to be with her, I'm afraid my path to becoming an ultimate expert will be obstructed. I'm sure Senior can understand why you have come to this point. One wrong step will lead to many more mistakes, and in the end, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens to try to remedy it. Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more solemn as he spoke. Of course, these words of his were naturally nonsense, however. Even though it was nonsense, there was evidence to be relied on and there were traces to be followed. At least, there was no loophole to be found. The other party was stunned at first. Then he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. I've heard about this matter from the clan leader. I really did not expect that a female disciple of our clan would be fortunate enough to become a hindrance to little brother Li Feng's path of cultivation. After he finished speaking, he pondered for a while and said, However, this so-called marrying into the clan is just a joke. It is her fortune to be able to marry you. Little brother Li Feng, if there is anything you need the Wang clan to do, you don't have to stand on ceremony. From now on, we are all one family. The words of the Wang clan's supreme elder were obviously intending to help Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if he could do this favor, It would only be beneficial to him and the Wang clan, and there would be no harm at all. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that the Wang clan's supreme elder would be so open-minded and directly agree to it. Moreover, his words were magnanimous, causing Duan Ling Tian, who originally had a firm will, to be unable to help but be slightly shaken. A wave of guilt rose from his heart. Forget it, I'll just take it that I owe him and the Wang clan a favor. I'll just return these 2 favors in the future. Duan Ling Tian comforted himself in his heart. At the same time, he quickly adjusted his emotions. On the other side, the Wang clan leader and the Wang clan grand elder quickly found out about Duan Ling Tian's attitude from the Wang clan's grand elder. They were also told to cooperate with Duan Ling Tian. Of course, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a peerless monster called Li Feng who came from outside the Tiansha realm. He had the potential to be extremely powerful. Grand Elder, I'll definitely handle this matter properly. The head of the Wang clan repeatedly agreed. Subsequently, the Wang clan's Grand Elder bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. The Wang clan leader called out to Duan Ling Tian and left together. Little brother Li Feng, I'll first arrange a place for you to stay. Then, I'll immediately have someone bring Wang Luoyu to see you. Chapter 44:18. Before the Wang clan's supreme elder left, he informed Duan Ling Tian of his name, Wang Jingrao. It was obvious that he had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's strength. Otherwise, as a senior who was much older than Duan Ling Tian, he would not have been so courteous to Duan Ling Tian. This was a form of acknowledgement from Duan Ling Tian. It should be noted that even in the Wang clan, very few people knew the supreme elder's name. Although most people knew of his existence, they would address him respectfully as ancestor or supreme elder. Subsequently, when Duan Ling Tian, the Wang clan leader, and the Wang clan's grand elder left together, the Wang clan's grand elder introduced himself respectfully to Duan Ling Tian. After that, the Wang clan's grand elder bade farewell and left. The Wang clan leader led Duan Ling Tian to personally arrange a place for Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Wang clan. Although the place was in the Wang clan's mansion, there were a few artificial mountains and a small stream that flowed through it. On both sides of the stream were flowers and trees. There were also many small birds circling around it. It could be said that it was a place filled with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Brother Li Feng, if there's anything you need, just tell her. From now on, she'll be at your disposal. She'll arrange for some maids to come over later. Not long after the Wang clan leader led Duan Ling Tian into the quiet courtyard, an ordinary-looking, kind-looking middle-aged woman arrived. After greeting the Wang clan leader respectfully, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with surprise in her eyes before lowering her head again. Aunt Xiao has been in our Wang clan for many years and has always been reliable. At the same time, she's also one of the housekeepers of our Wang clan. With her at your disposal, Brother Li Feng, there shouldn't be any problems. As the Wang clan leader instructed the middle-aged woman, he used voice transmission to introduce Duan Ling Tian to the middle-aged woman in depth. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened continuously during this process. This young man was not even 10,000 years old, but he was able to fight to a draw with one of the 2 strongest people in the Wang clan. At this moment, she finally understood why the clan leader had arranged for him to stay here. One had to know that this was the place where the Wang clan had always entertained their most esteemed guests. A long time ago, when the Wang clan still had a supreme expert, some of the supreme expert's ancestors' friends had even stayed here. Later on, those who were able to live in this place were either astonishingly powerful or had an extraordinary background. Moreover, they had a high status in the forces behind them. Earlier, she had assumed he was a spoiled brat from some supreme expert force. She did not expect him to be someone with frightening strength. I'll have to trouble then. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the woman, and the woman was instantly slightly flattered when she heard this. Young Master Li Feng, you're too courteous. Feel free to let me know if there's anything you need me for. Brother. The Wang clan leader looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, do you intend to rest first and see Wang Luoyu tomorrow? Or do you want to see her now? If you want to see her now, I'll get someone to bring her here. The Wang clan leader said. See you tomorrow. Duan Lingtian said to the Wang clan leader. Now he was destined to see Wang Luoyu, so there was no hurry. Although he did not suffer any injuries in the battle with the Wang clan Grand Elder, his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. He indeed needed to rest. Of course, this kind of depletion of essence, qi, and spirit would take at most 10 days to half a month to fully recover. All right. Duan Lingtian's reply was within the expectations of the Wang clan's patriarch. At the same time, he was able to understand the inner workings of the young man before him. He surely wanted to face the person he admired in a better state. He had been young before. He, too, once had someone he liked. Brother Li Feng, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Have a good rest. If there's anything you need, and if Aunt Cho can't handle it, you can ask her to look for me. If there's something urgent, you can ask Aunt Cho to call me over. In front of Duan Lingtian, the Wang clan leader, Wang Kuei, was very humble. He even said bluntly that if Duan Lingtian had something urgent, he could ask someone to look for him. After all, he was the Wang clan leader. In the Wang clan, the only ones who could make him run around were the two Grand Supreme Elders with lofty statuses. And now, there was obviously another person. After Duan Lingtian officially settled down in the Wang clan, on the other side of the Wang clan mansion, Wang Ming looked at Wang Luoyu and said with a sigh, "The clan leader just sent a message saying that that person will rest first today and will only see you tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. I'll look for you at noon tomorrow and bring you to see him." As soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. As he turned around, he could not help but shake his head lightly. If it was possible, he also hoped that Wang Luoyu would be able to walk out of the cage that was the Wang clan. However, it was obviously impossible. The Wang clan would not give up on such a good social resource. After Wang Ming left, Yi Changwei could not help but feel slightly angry. What did that person mean? So impolite? He came to look for you. If he wanted to see you, he would see you. If he didn't want to see you, he wouldn't see you. Why did he purposely drag it out until tomorrow? He made us wait here for half a day in vain. Right now, Yi Changwei was a little angry. Sister Changwei. Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly and said, "Since that person wants to see me tomorrow, he must have his own plans. Don't be angry because of me." When Yi Changwei heard Wang Luoyu's words, she could not help but frown. Then, she sent a voice transmission to the old woman standing nearby and asked if she was confident she could bring Wang Luoyu out of the Wang clan. Young Mississippi. The old woman sent a voice transmission and sighed. If we had just arrived, as long as Miss Luoyu cooperated, perhaps we would have some confidence. But now I'm afraid it's impossible. Just now, I could clearly feel that there were a few more powerful divine senses in the surroundings. Obviously, there are strong people in the Wang clan watching over here. Their purpose is to prevent Miss Luoyu from leaving. When the old woman said this, Yi Changwei instantly felt despair, but at the same time, she became even more furious. Tomorrow, I'll follow Sister Luoyu over to see what kind of man is actually so shameless to force a girl to marry him. Now, Yi Changwei was counting her chickens before they hatched. However, the next day when she wanted to go over with Wang Luoyu, she was stopped by Wang Ming. "Young Miss Yi, the patriarch said that only Luoyu will be brought over. As for you, you can't follow." When Wang Ming said this, Yi Changwei originally wanted to say something but was stopped by the old woman. "Young miss, let's stay here and wait for Miss Luoyu to return." Because right when Wang Ming finished speaking, she clearly sensed that a few terrifying auras had locked onto her, and it seemed as if they would attack her at any moment. After all, he was publicly acknowledged by the two Grand Elders as the one with the most hope of reaching the ultimate stage among the current generation of Wang family disciples. As the patriarch of the Wang family, how could he not feel heartache when something happened to Wang Yiyuan? Wang Yiyuan was considered a genius even in the history of the Wang family. Of course, he definitely couldn't compare to that monster called Li Feng, but in the Sky Sand realm, he was still a rare genius. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know or hear the conversation between the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and Wang Ming outside the courtyard. This was because the courtyard had its own soundproofing array that isolated the sounds inside. Since Duan Lingtian couldn't hear it, Wang Luoyu naturally couldn't hear it either. Come and sit. After confirming that the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, and the others had left the courtyard, they no longer observed them. Duan Lingtian's burning gaze towards Wang Luoyu disappeared and was replaced by indifference. After that, Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. At the same time, he gestured for Wang Luoyu to sit as well. At this moment, Wang Luoyu was also a little confused. Just now, the burning gaze of the other party had scared her so much that her heartbeat kept accelerating, and the sudden change in the other party's attitude completely baffled her. However, although she walked closer to Duan Lingtian, she didn't dare to sit down. Instead, she stood in front of the stone table and lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. Young Master Li Feng, what are your orders? Sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke again. His voice was a little louder, and there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Seeing that Wang Luoyu was trembling in fear but still didn't sit down, Duan Lingtian shook his head and shrugged helplessly. Sit down. I'm a friend of your brother, Wang Yiyuan. My brother's friend. Wang Luoyu finally raised her head and glanced at Duan Lingtian. There was confusion and disbelief in her eyes. I've never heard my brother mention you as a friend. I know almost all of my brother's friends, Wang Luoyu said. Although that was what she said, Wang Luoyu also felt that with the other party's status, there was no need for him to pretend to be her brother's friend, unless he wanted to use this opportunity to quickly get closer to her. But that didn't seem to be necessary. After all, with the Wang family around, she couldn't possibly reject the other party. I met your brother not long before he died, Li Mu said. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Wang Luoyu's expression immediately changed. Then, as if she had suddenly gained courage, she stared straight at Duan Lingtian. Young Master Li Feng, do you know how my brother died? At this moment, Wang Luoyu seemed to have lost her composure. Sit down and let's talk. This time, Wang Luoyu was finally willing to sit down, but her gaze towards Duan Lingtian became increasingly anxious. Young Master Li Feng, do you know? She knew nothing about her brother's death, nor did she have any clues. Even the Wang family didn't have any clues. I know. As Duan Lingtian spoke, Wang Luoyu's eyes suddenly brightened. At the same time, she became even more anxious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything. He recounted how he and Wang Yiyuan were similar, and at the same time he also told her about the situation he and Wang Yiyuan were in at that time. When she found out that her brother had died in the scheme of a supreme powerhouse, although Wang Luoyu felt despair, she was still filled with grief and indignation. After all, that was her brother, her biological brother. Unknowingly, she bit her lip so hard that it bled. Her delicate fists were also tightly clenched. It was obvious that she was unable to control her emotions. I'm here this time because I've been entrusted by your brother, Wang Yiyuan, to bring you away from the Wang family so that you won't be used as a tool for the marriage alliance. My real name is Duan Lingtian, not Li Feng. However, it's best not to reveal my real identity in front of them. Also, don't let them know my purpose. Otherwise, they won't let me bring you away. Duan Lingtian directly told Wang Luoyu the purpose of his visit this time. This was also to prevent Wang Luoyu from resisting during the process. Do you have any evidence to prove that you know my brother? Earlier, you said that he gave his spatial ring to you as well? Wang Luoyu looked at Duan Lingtian as if she wanted to confirm it one last time. When she saw Duan Lingtian take out a spatial ring, she was finally completely certain that he was not lying. To be able to make her brother remove the ownership of the self-destructing spatial ring meant that her brother trusted the person he entrusted the spatial ring to very much, and she believed in her brother's judgment. Elder brother Duan, before my brother died, was he in a lot of pain? After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, Wang Luoyu's voice trembled slightly. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable sobs. Chapter 44:21. Yi Changwei could not wrap her head around this. Was this really her sister Luoyu? Sister Changwei. As for Wang Luoyu, she also saw Yi Changwei's shock. She smiled slightly and said, "Previously, before I went to see Big Brother Li, my heart was indeed filled with unwillingness. I even lamented that I was unable to control my own fate. But after I saw Brother Li and chatted with him for almost an hour, I felt as though I had met a soulmate. Even though it's a little hard to believe, but I really did develop a good impression of Big Brother Li in just a short hour. I even look forward to being with him." As she spoke, Wang Luoyu's face was filled with infatuation. Yi Changwei could only frown, although she felt that something was not quite right. The Wang Luoyu before her was poles apart from the Wang Luoyu she knew. She did not seem like a person at all, however. When she scanned with her divine perception, she could confirm that the Wang Luoyu before her was the Wang Luoyu she knew and not someone in disguise. "Granny!" As Wang Luoyu spoke, the old woman, who was standing nearby, took out a disc array and activated layers of arrays, enveloping the courtyard they were in. "Miss, right now, even the two grand elders of the Wang clan wouldn't be able to hear a single sound from here without me noticing," the old woman said to Yi Changwei. Yi Changwei's expression turned serious immediately. She looked at Wang Luoyu, her eyes filled with worry and unconcealable anger. "Sister Luoyu, they must have forced you. You didn't want me to worry and asked me to help you. You were afraid of implicating my father, right? Now, no one in the Wang family will know about our conversation. You don't have to pretend to be fine and deceive me anymore," Yi Changwei said. Obviously, she did not think that Wang Luoyu's words were sincere. She thought that Wang Luoyu said that on purpose so that she would not worry. "Sister Changwei." Wang Luoyu took 2 steps forward and held Yi Changwei's hand. She still had a sincere smile on her face. "I was really not forced. Brother Li, I do have a good impression of him. Furthermore, even though we've only met for a short while, I can tell that he's someone worth trusting. At the very least, he's much stronger than those aristocratic descendants. Big Sister Rose, when you meet Big Brother Li, you'll naturally understand why I said this. He's really not someone those hedonistic sons of aristocratic families can compare to." As she finished speaking, the infatuated smile of a young girl in love once again appeared on Wang Luoyu's face, causing Yi Changwei to fall silent. Even now, Wang Luoyu was still acting like this. She couldn't help but question her own judgment. "Sister Rose." Wang Luoyu smiled again and said, "You must want me to be happy, right?" "Of course." Yi Changwei nodded. "If you can really marry the man of your dreams, Big Sister Changwei will give you my blessings from the bottom of my heart. But if you don't want to, Big Sister Changwei will do her best to help you. No matter how difficult it is, I will help you." Yi Changwei spoke very seriously, and these were her heartfelt words, without a hint of falsehood. Wang Luoyu naturally knew this as well. So, in the depths of her heart, besides feeling touched, she also felt a little guilty. Yi Changwei could be said to be the person closest to her after the death of her brother Wang Yuan. Regarding her and that elder brother Duan, even if she were to tell her, she wouldn't tell on them. But since she had promised that elder brother Duan not to let anyone know about this matter, she naturally couldn't go back on her words. After all, the one who knew and understood Yi Changwei was her, and not that elder brother Duan. She trusted this big sister Rose of hers, but that elder brother Duan might not. "Big Sister Rose, don't worry. I really didn't force you." "Brother Meng, congratulations." "Haha, old Brother Meng. Congratulations on becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Old Brother Meng, you're the first person in the history of the Meng family to become an ultimate powerhouse. In the future, Your name will go down in history, and you'll be revered by the future generations of the Meng family. The few ultimate powerhouses from the first-rate families of Kanglan City who had come were all very familiar and polite to the green-robed old man in front of them. They knew the old man's previous strength. He was definitely not weaker than them before becoming an ultimate powerhouse. Now, although the old man had just become an ultimate powerhouse, his strength was not necessarily weaker than them who had not improved after becoming an ultimate powerhouse. In the face of such an existence, they naturally could not ignore him or even look down on him like they did before he became an ultimate powerhouse. Thank you, everyone. The green-robed old man's face was flushed red at this moment. When he saw the polite people in front of him, there was an indescribable excitement in the depths of his eyes. In the past, although he was only one step away from becoming an ultimate powerhouse, he was not an ultimate powerhouse after all. The difference between him and the people in front of him was like heaven and earth. He even had to look up to them. Now that he had become an ultimate powerhouse, he could be on equal footing with them. According to tradition, the Meng family he was in would also be promoted to a first-rate family in Kanglan City. Old brother Meng, since the Meng family has produced an ultimate powerhouse like you, then, from now on, the Meng family will also become a first-rate family in our Kanglan City. Before old brother Meng returned, we've already ceded some properties and handed them over to the Meng family. The current patriarch of the Meng family will personally take over. If old brother Meng feels that it's not enough, we can discuss it again. While the Meng family patriarch was receiving the ultimate powerhouses in Kanglan City, a group of people in the Meng family, including Meng Yujing, were eagerly waiting for the Meng family patriarch's return. There was a commotion just now. The patriarch should be back. The people who appeared just now seemed to be the supreme powerhouses of our Kanglan City. They came out together to welcome the patriarch. It's definitely not appropriate for us to go over directly now. It's better for us to wait for the patriarch's return in the family. Meng Yujing stood among the group of people in the Meng family. His eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. That Lanshao City's Wang family not only rejected my marriage proposal, but also the Meng family's marriage proposal. They actually dared to send an invitation to the Meng family to participate in Wang Luoyu's wedding with someone else? They're going too far. When the patriarch returns, I'll definitely make him avenge me. Wang Luoyu, even if the Wang family has betrothed you to someone else, even if the Wang family is already preparing for your wedding, you're still mine. Your Wang family might have supreme powerhouses aiding you in the future. However, would those people help you, a descendant of the Wang family from a branch family who joined the main family and has a lowly bloodline? What a joke! Chapter 44-22. Within Lanshao City. Originally, it was filled with news from afar about the annihilation of the 5 major clans of Dancing Sun City, the fall of an ultimate powerhouse, the destruction of Dancing Sun City, and the appearance of a new ultimate powerhouse in Kanglan City. However, recently, these 2 shocking pieces of news were suppressed by another piece of news. This piece of news was that the Wang clan of Lanshao City would be holding a wedding in half a month's time. In fact, this piece of news had spread half a month ago. However, even after half a month, the news did not die down. Instead, it became more and more lively as the wedding approached. This time, it said that the Wang clan is marrying off their daughter to a young genius from outside the Tiansha region. As for whether he has a strong background, it's unknown. That young genius must be extraordinary to be able to make the Wang clan marry off Wang Luoyu. That's right. The Wang clan has always been a person who won't act unless there's an incentive. It's almost impossible for them to do a losing business. The wedding is in half a month's time. At that time, there will be many clans from the dozens of major cities in the Tiansha region who will send people over. Also, many of the forces in the wilderness will have received the Wang clan's invitation. I wonder if the Wang clan's ancestors' influence will be able to invite an ultimate powerhouse. If an ultimate powerhouse really comes, it will definitely cause a chain reaction. There will be other ultimate powerhouses coming as well. If that's the case, it'll be really lively. Everyone in Lanshao City was discussing the mysterious son-in-law of the Wang clan who came from outside the Tiansha region. They were curious about where he came from and how talented he was to be able to make the Wang clan willingly marry off Wang Luoyu, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. Duan Lingtian, who occasionally walked out of the Wang clan, naturally saw and heard the commotion in Lanshao City. However, his thoughts were not here. Instead, he wanted to know more about the Wang clan and Lanshao City. In the process, he also learned a lot about the 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City. The 4 first-rate clans in Lanshao City all had ultimate powerhouses in their current generation. They were also the most powerful clans in Lanshao City. They were actually against the Wang clan, but because the Wang clan still had some connections with some supreme experts in the outside world, they were still polite to the Wang clan on the surface. For example, the Wang family's wedding banquet in half a month's time might not be attended by the family heads of the first-class families in other cities, but the 4 major families in Lanshao City definitely had family heads there. Even if the clan head didn't come, the great elder, whose status wasn't much lower than the clan head, would come. In Lanshao City. The 4 first-rate families still gave face to the Wang family on the surface. As the saying goes, the predecessor plants the tree, and the successor enjoys the shade. The Wang clan had a supreme expert in the past. Even though the supreme expert is no longer around, he still brought them all kinds of benefits. In Lanshao City, most of the industries were in the hands of the 4 first-rate families. Below them, the one who controlled the most assets was the Wang family. It was to the point that the Wang clan controlled more than twice the amount of the other second-rate clans. This showed the Wang family's foundation in Lanshao City. Humph! I don't know what kind of bewitching potion the Wang family head, Wang Kuei, ate to actually betroth Wang Luoyu to him. Within the Tiansha region, there are young geniuses who are more outstanding than him. Chapter 44-23. Invincible Upper-Level Ultimate God. I must become an invincible upper-level ultimate god. This thought lingered in Duan Lingtian's mind for a long time as though he was possessed. At the same time, he stood on the side of the street as though his acupoints had been sealed. The sudden action of a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, no one disturbed Duan Lingtian. From their point of view, this young man was either rich or noble. Now that he was standing there in a daze, it could be that he had some enlightenment in cultivation or even had an epiphany. At this time, if they rashly disturbed him, it was very likely that they would become enemies. The best thing to do was to observe or pretend that they did not see anything. Unknowingly, a young woman walked slowly from the end of the street with an old woman. "Granny, do you think Luoyu is really willing?" Even though it had been half a month since Wang Luoyu said that she was willing to marry that man, Yi Changwei was still unwilling to believe that Wang Luoyu was willing to marry that man. Mississippi, the old woman heard and sighed. She naturally knew what her miss was thinking. After all, she had watched Yi Changwei grow up. Do you think this is still important? Judging from Miss Luoyu's state in the past half a month, there is no abnormality. This also means that either what she said is true and she is willing to marry that man, or what she said is false. Either that or what she said was false, but since she's so stubborn, it means that she's already mentally prepared and made a decision. Although I don't know Miss Luoyu as well as you do, I can see that she is the kind of person who looks weak but has a strong heart. What you can do now is to follow her wishes and not create unnecessary problems. Otherwise, her efforts will go to waste. The old woman said. Yi Changwei was silent when she heard the old woman's words. She walked in silence for a while with a confused look in her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her empty eyes. Immediately, her originally unfocused eyes focused again. It's him. With just a glance, Yi Changwei recognized the young man who stood motionlessly by the side of the road like a statue. He was the mysterious young man who had saved her on the way to Blue Dawn City. Back then, when he had parted ways with the Wang clan, He was still thinking of using his connections with the Wang clan to investigate the other party's whereabouts and background. However, what happened to her sister, Wang Luoyu, caused her to completely forget about looking for her. Even if she occasionally thought about it, she didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that they would meet again here? Miss, it's that benefactor. At the same time that Yi Changwei discovered Duan Lingtian, the old woman behind her also discovered Duan Lingtian. In addition to gratitude, there was also some respect in her eyes. After all, although the other party was young, he was an existence that was more powerful than him. He was suspected to be an existence close to the invincible high-level ultimate god. He was less than 10,000 years old, but he was suspected to be close to the invincible high-level ultimate god level. Throughout the history of the Tiansha territory, he had never seen or heard of such a person. He can't be experiencing an epiphany on the street, right? Soon, Yi Changwei discovered that the other party's condition was not right. As for the old woman behind her, she moved almost at the instant her words left her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she arrived near the young man. She stood there, and without alarming the young man, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Her chi was also locked down on the area within a circumference of 100 meters. If there was any movement that was unfavorable to the young man, she would be the first to discover it and intervene. Although she was not very familiar with the young man, half a month ago, if it were not for his help, she would have died in the hands of the experts from the Blood Sea organization and her miss would have been taken away. Although the other party had no intention of asking them to repay his kindness, she remembered it in her heart. Now, seeing that the other party seemed to have entered a certain state, her first thought was to protect the other party so that no one would disturb him. Although she wasn't sure what the other party's situation was, she believed that her actions would only benefit the other party. Yi Changwei also reacted in the next moment. She quickly moved to the other side of Duan Lingtian and protected the Duan Lingtian with the old woman. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the two of them were doing. Although he seemed to be in a daze as though his soul had left his body, it was only because he was not in any danger. Otherwise, he would have regained his senses immediately. Currently, his mind was filled with the crazy thought of becoming an invincible higher ultimate god. As a result, his mind was in a mess and he could not calm down. However, this state did not last for long before it was suppressed by him. When he had completely calmed down, he opened his eyes and saw the master and servant who were protecting him. A hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes. He could tell what the two of them were doing. Although he knew he did not need them to do this, he also knew the two of them could not possibly understand his state earlier. They might have thought he was experiencing an epiphany and were guarding him vigilantly. No matter what, based on his character, he was destined to accept this favor. Thank you, both of you. Duan Lingtian thanked the two in front of him and cupped his hands slightly. His expression was solemn. You're awake. Yi Changwei's expression softened. The young man in front of her was obviously different from the heartless he was when they parted ways previously. It was obvious he was enlightened by her and her mother-in-law's actions. At that moment, the old woman also regained her senses and sighed. I thought you were comprehending something, but I didn't expect you were just in a daze. My lady and I were worried for nothing. At that moment, the old woman also sensed from Duan Lingtian's faint aura when he regained his senses that the young man in front of her was also vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, he was not comprehending anything. He was just in a daze. Under such circumstances, the young man had the ability to protect himself. No matter what, I still have to thank both of you. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. His attitude was gentle, completely different from when he was facing Yi Changwei earlier. Then, at that moment, Yi Changwei's eyes turned. Now, can you tell me, what's your name? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was slightly stunned. If Meng Yujing were to act recklessly, not only would he be humiliated, but the Meng family of Kanglan City would be humiliated as well. He did not think that someone who was sent as a representative by the Meng family of Kanglan City would act recklessly. Therefore, when he said these words, he was very casual and did not have the slightest hesitation. When Meng Yujing heard Wang Kuei's words, he was first stunned. Then his expression turned cold. Patriarch Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you humiliating me, Meng Yujing? Meng Yujing's expression changed instantly. His tone was unfriendly as he questioned loudly. Among the younger generation of the Meng clan, my great-grandfather dotes on me the most. Before he broke through to the ultimate stage, he publicly announced that he would personally nurture me and make me the next clan leader of the Meng clan. This was where Meng Yujing's confidence came from. At this moment, Wang Kuei finally understood. It was no wonder Meng Yujing was so overbearing. As it turned out, he had the support of an ultimate powerhouse. When he thought about it, he who did not have the support of an ultimate powerhouse in the past could only leave dejectedly in the face of the Wang clan's grand elder's perfunctory attitude. This was because the Meng clan in the past could not be compared to the Wang clan in terms of status. However, now that the Meng clan had an ultimate powerhouse, their status in the Heavenly Sand region had already surpassed the Wang clan in one fell swoop. Of course, no one would think that the Meng clan had the ability to destroy the Wang clan just because they were more powerful than the Wang clan. This was because everyone knew that the Meng clan was not that stupid. After all, the Wang clan still had the various foundations left behind by the ultimate powerhouse in the past. Clan leader Wang, you won't disrespect my great-grandfather. The Wang clan won't disrespect him, right? Meng Yujing asked meaningfully as he looked deeply at Wang Kuei. When Wang Kuei heard this, he did not immediately respond. Instead, he looked at the person behind Meng Yujing. Although he did not know this person, he could feel that this was an ultimate powerhouse. At the very least, he was not weaker than him. This was not one of the few high-level ultimate gods in the Meng clan who were not weaker than him or even stronger than him. This was probably an ultimate powerhouse who had taken the initiative to join the Meng clan after the birth of an ultimate powerhouse. In the outer realm, after a high-level ultimate god broke through and became an omnipotent expert, there would be many powerful high-level ultimate gods, or even existences close to invincible high-level ultimate gods, who would be willing to take the initiative to become their subordinates and work for them. There were many benefits to this. First of all, they would no longer lack the divine power of an ultimate powerhouse. Secondly, they would have one more backer. As for ultimate powerhouses, after breaking through to the ultimate realm, they would usually take in a few subordinates at the beginning. Once the number of subordinates reached a certain level, they would not take in any more unless that person was outstanding enough, such as an invincible high-level ultimate god or someone who had the potential to become an invincible high-level ultimate god. This kind of thing was usually best done as soon as possible. Wang Kuei guessed that this person behind Meng Yujing was probably the first batch of people to join the Meng clan after learning that the Wang clan had produced an ultimate powerhouse. He was definitely not weak. If Patriarch Wang is worried that I am a fox trying to intimidate others, you can ask this person behind me. This person was a famous independent cultivator expert in the Heavenly Sand territory. I believe Patriarch Wang has heard of him before. When Meng Yujing saw that Wang Kuei did not speak, he turned his head slightly and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. At the same time, he said respectfully, "Uncle Tan, please prove to me that I am not lying." At this time, the middle-aged man who had been standing behind Meng Yujing with his eyes closed opened his eyes. A sharp blade light flashed in his eyes, giving people a strong sense of oppression. After the middle-aged man opened his eyes, he looked at Wang Kuei and cupped his hands slightly. He said loudly, "Tan Shouting greets Patriarch Wang." Tan Shouting. Wang Kuei's pupils shrank sharply when he heard the middle-aged man's self-introduction. Chapter 44-26. As the Azure Flame Saber King finished speaking, Meng Yujing, who was standing in front of him, once again looked at Wang Kuei with a smug look on his face. It was as if he was silently saying, "Now, do you believe what I said?" Wang Kuei, after hearing Tan Shoting's words, only frowned slightly and then smiled faintly. "I really didn't expect the Azure Flame Saber King to submit to a newly ascended ultimate expert. How enviable." Wang Kuei's words were honest. Even someone as strong as the Azure Flame Saber King would not be accepted by an ultimate expert unless he submitted to one when one had just broken through. After all, not only was he not an invincible high-level supreme god, he was not even close to being one. Such an existence was only at the bottom of the hierarchy among the envoys of the ultimate experts. No matter how weak he was, the ultimate experts would not take a liking to him. "Wang family leader, don't change the topic." Tan Shoting raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not difficult to see the smug look on his face, but he continued with the previous topic. "If your Wang family's Miss Wang Luoyu can marry young Master Meng Yuzheng, it will only be good for your Wang family. Although I don't know who your Wang family is planning to marry Miss Wang Luoyu in half a month, but I heard that he is not from the Sky Sand realm. In terms of status, he is probably far inferior to young Master Meng Yuzheng." The Azure Flame Saber King kept raising Meng Yuzheng's status as he spoke. Wang Kuei's expression did not change when he heard the Azure Flame Saber King's words. "Azure Flame Saber King, there are some things that our Wang family can't do as we please. That young Master Li Feng, our Wang clan has promised him, since we've agreed Wang Luoyu will naturally marry him. I hope that the Azure Flame Saber Monarch can properly discuss this with the person behind you when he returns. I think that person is also a sensible person," Wang Kuei said. Wang Kuei's words also indicated his intention to leave the stage. "Wang Kuei." As Meng Yuzheng's expression changed drastically, Tan Shoting's tone also became colder. "Are you saying this for yourself or for the Wang family? Those two grand supreme elders of your Wang clan? Can you represent them? You should know that this time, it was his honor who asked me to accompany young Master Meng Yuzheng to marry Wang Luoyu from the Wang family." As Tan Shoting spoke, his tone was extremely unkind. On the other hand, Wang Kuei smiled faintly when he heard those words. "Just a moment ago, I've already informed the two Supreme Elders. The two Supreme Elders also have the same intention. Therefore, what I have just said can be said to represent the entire Wang clan. In the Wang clan, the two Grand Elders who were close to invincible high-level ultimate gods were the strongest. Below them was the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Kuei. The decision made by the three of them was enough to represent the entire Wang clan. No one in the Wang family would dare to disobey the three of them." After receiving Wang Kuei's response, Tan Shoting's expression became increasingly gloomy. As for Meng Yuzheng, who was in front of him, his expression had long darkened. His fists were tightly clenched together, and his gaze was fierce. He was like an enraged, ferocious beast that could attack at any time. In that case, Wang family is not giving face to his honor. Tan Shoting's voice became deeper and deeper. "Azure Flame Saber King, the Wang clan has no intention of not giving face to the person behind you." Wang Kuei shook his head and said, "However, everything has a first come, first served rule. If you had come a month earlier, even if you had appeared at the same time as young Master Li Feng, the Wang clan would still have prioritized betrothing Wang Luoyu to young Master Meng Yuzheng. However, it's a pity that you've come too late. Furthermore, our Wang clan has already set a date for young Master Li Feng and Wang Luoyu's wedding. The Wang clan will not change this matter. Unless..." At this point, Wang Kuei paused for a moment before continuing jokingly. "Unless young Master Li Feng suddenly changes his mind and has no intention of marrying Wang Luoyu. If that's the case, it's not impossible for young Master Meng Yuzheng to be the one marrying Wang Luoyu in half a month's time. However, I don't think that's possible. As far as I know, young Master Li Feng is very fond of Wang Luoyu. It's impossible for him to abandon her." Wang Kuei's last sentence was a spur-of-the-moment thought up. At the same time, he wanted to push the blame of the Wang clan's rejection of the Meng clan's ultimate powerhouse onto Li Feng. The Wang clan was not afraid of an ultimate powerhouse. However, if they could avoid offending him to death, they would do so. Of course, to put it bluntly, Wang Kuei's actions were already diverting the trouble away. Until now, Wang Kuei still felt that he could not see through Li Feng, a peerless genius from outside the heavenly sand realm who was not even 10,000 years old but whose strength was close to that of an invincible higher godly master. Even in the outer realm or even the myriad realms, such an existence was definitely one of the top ones. Now, he was doing this not only to appease the anger of the newly ascended ultimate powerhouse of the Meng clan in Kanglan City, but also to see what kind of choice that person would make in the face of pressure from an ultimate powerhouse. When he said the last sentence, he had already guessed that Meng Yujing would definitely bring people to look for Li Feng. What happened next was just as Wang Kuei had expected. Meng Yujing asked Wang Kuei to bring him to see Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in their eyes, that person was a young man named Li Feng. Young Master Meng Yujing, if you want to see young Master Li Feng, I can pass on your message. However, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to bring you there directly. Wang Kuei did not bring Meng Yujing there directly. After all, he did not want to offend the young man named Li Feng. How about this? I'll go and see young Master Li Feng first and ask for his opinion. What do you think? Humph! Meng Yujing snorted coldly. You can tell Li Feng directly. If he dares to not meet me, even if he completes the wedding in half a month, he might not be able to live to be with Miss Wang Luoyu for the rest of his life. Meng Yujing's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he threatened Wang Kuei. When Wang Kuei heard this, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Meng Yujing. Clan leader Wang, I know your Wang clan has supreme powerhouses. However, I'm afraid those supreme powerhouses might not be willing to make a move for Li Feng, right? Chapter 44-27. That's right. Wang Kuei nodded. The current Meng family has been promoted from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in Kanglan City. All this is because their family gave birth to an ultimate powerhouse. The Meng family's grand elder, Meng Tianfeng. The Meng family's grand elder, Meng Tianfeng. Duan Lingtian had heard this name from many people in Blue Dawn City. He knew that the Meng family's ultimate powerhouse was Meng Tianfeng, so he did not feel anything when Wang Kuei mentioned his name. Wang Kuei seemed to have something to say but hesitated after he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Wang, I'm sure you won't mention the Meng family of Kanglan City for no reason. If Patriarch Wang has something to say, please speak frankly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only thought that the news of his strength at such a young age had spread to the Meng family of Kanglan City. The Meng family of Kanglan City might be extending an olive branch to him. Apart from that, he could not figure out why Patriarch Wang Kuei of the Wang family had such a troubled expression. He was most likely worried that he would be poached by the Meng family of Kanglan City. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that the Meng family of Kanglan City wanted to rope him in. The direct descendant of the Meng family's ultimate powerhouse, Meng Tianfeng, wants to see me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Patriarch Wang, do you know why he wants to see me? Although he had guessed it, he did not point it out and ask the obvious. However, when Wang Kuei spoke again, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He realized that he had misunderstood. The descendant of the ultimate powerhouse of the Meng family of Kanglan City was not here to rope him in but to compete with him for Wang Luoyu. Patriarch Wang, do you mean, in the past, he came to propose marriage but was rejected by the Wang family? Now that an ultimate powerhouse has appeared in the Meng family and he has the backing of an ultimate powerhouse, he wants to make a comeback and ruin the marriage between Wang Luoyu and me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, and his gaze instantly became sharp. That's what he meant. At the same time, Wang Kuei nodded and said righteously, However, young Master Li Feng, don't worry. Our Wang family will definitely stand on your side. I've also bluntly rejected Meng Yujing. However, he still insists on meeting you, young Master Li Feng. Most likely, he is still unconvinced and wants to see what kind of person our Wang family betrothed Luoyu to, and what kind of background he has. Not interested. Hearing Wang Kuei's words, Duan Lingtian immediately responded in an indifferent tone. If I were to meet any Tom, Dick, or Harry who comes looking for me, I, Li Feng, would be lowering my status. A descendant of a newly ascended powerhouse dares to ruin my wedding? How laughable. Patriarch Wang, since you said that the Wang clan's attitude is clear, then there's no need to bother with him anymore. I'm not interested in seeing him anyway. Duan Lingtian made his stance clear in a domineering manner. In the face of Duan Lingtian's strength, Wang Kuei's heart trembled. When the young man in front of him mentioned the words newly ascended powerhouse, his tone was obviously contemptuous. It was obvious that he did not think highly of the newly ascended powerhouse. A person with such confidence was either deliberately mystifying or had an even more powerful person behind him. With his achievements at such a young age, it's basically impossible for him to be deliberately mystifying. There should be an extremely powerful supreme powerhouse behind him. Moreover, it should be a supreme powerhouse outside of Tiansha. When he thought of this, Wang Kuei's heart trembled. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved that he had rejected Meng Yujing. Otherwise, he would have offended this person in front of him. Head of the Wang clan, let the two grand elders come out for a meeting. I'm afraid you alone can't represent the entire Wang clan. The Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Xiaoding, stared at Wang Kuei with an unfriendly gaze and said in a low voice, Young Master Meng Yujing just wants to meet the young man chosen by the Meng clan. Is this request very high? The Meng clan is unwilling to even agree to such a small request from young Master Meng Yujing, who has been instructed by the Supreme Lord. Tan Xiaoding's tone became increasingly unfriendly as he spoke. Since the two of you want to meet the grand elders, there's naturally no problem. Please follow me to the guest hall. Wang Kuei was also somewhat irritated by the two of them being so difficult to deal with. He kept bringing up the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, Meng Tianfeng, and even said that he alone could not represent the Wang clan. Could it be that these two fellows thought that the two grand elders of the Wang clan were senile and did not know who was more important? Meng Yujing was making a fuss. It was not a big fuss, but it was not a small one either. After all, the person he was making a fuss about was the current head of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. Almost everyone in the Wang clan knew Wang Kuei. Therefore, when Meng Yujing and Tan Xiaoding were brought to the guest hall by Wang Kuei again, the news of Meng Yujing's unfriendly visit began to spread in the Wang clan. That Meng clan of Kanglan City really thinks that they are invincible just because they produced a supreme powerhouse? They want Meng Yujing to come over and forcefully marry Wang Luoyu? Humph! The Meng clan is only a newly promoted first-class clan. In the history of the Meng clan, this is the first supreme powerhouse of their clan. On the other hand, our Wang clan has produced supreme powerhouses in the past, and they have been reigning supreme for many years. Even today, they still have the power to protect us. Compared to our ancestors of the Wang clan, that Meng Tianfeng of the Meng clan is nothing. Shoo! Lower your voice. After all, he is a supreme powerhouse. If he takes issue with you for being disrespectful to him, even the clan won't be able to protect you. The news spread in the Wang clan, and naturally it spread to the person involved, Wang Luoyu. When Wang Luoyu heard about this matter, she could not help but frown. She knew that the wedding in half a month was only a part of her elder brother Duan's plan. After the wedding, elder brother Duan would bring her away from the Wang clan and Kanglan City. She had even been waiting for that day to come step by step. She did not expect such an unforeseen event to suddenly occur. Will elder brother Duan be able to withstand the pressure from the Meng clan? When she thought of this, Wang Luoyu could not help but feel slightly worried. However, when she understood the ins and outs of the matter, she heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the current news, the clan seems to be on elder brother Duan's side. Just as Wang Luoyu heaved a sigh of relief, Yi Changwei brought the old woman who followed her like a shadow to the courtyard and greeted Wang Luoyu. Sister Luoyu, are you in? Sister Changwei. Wang Luoyu stood up and left the courtyard. She welcomed Yi Changwei and Yi Changwei in and greeted the old woman beside Yi Changwei at the same time. Sister Luoyu, I heard that someone from the Meng clan of Kanglan City came and requested to change your wedding partner in half a month to Meng Yujing of the Meng clan. Yi Changwei went straight to the point as soon as she entered the courtyard. Her willowy eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Moreover, Meng Yujing even brought an envoy under the command of the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. He said that this is the will of the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. Chapter 44-28. Big Brother Li Feng. Faced with Yi Changwei's question, Wang Luoyu was first stunned before she smiled shyly. Sister Changwei, actually, I'm not too sure about Big Brother Li Feng's background. You're not sure about his background? Yi Changwei's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, you don't even know his background and you intend to marry him? At this moment, Yi Changwei was slightly stunned. For the first time, she felt she didn't know her best friend before her. In her impression, her best friend called Wang Luoyu was absolutely not such a rash person. I only know that he's from outside the Heavenly Sand region. Wang Luoyu smiled lightly. As for the rest, I haven't asked yet. At the same time, I feel there's no need. After all, I like him as a person and not his background. The current Wang Luoyu was smiling like a little girl who'd lost her rationality because of love. The more she was like this, the more curious Yi Changwei was about the big brother Li Feng that Wang Luoyu mentioned. Although this Li Feng was praised by Sister Luoyu to be unparalleled in the world, if he's really compared to that young man called Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he's still lacking by quite a bit, right? After seeing Wang Luoyu's infatuation with that Li Feng, a violet figure couldn't help but appear in Yi Changwei's mind. She felt that Li Feng was definitely inferior to Duan Lingtian. I'll be able to see that Li Feng in half a month's time. At that time, I want to see exactly what kind of person can actually make Sister Luoyu so infatuated with him. In Yi Changwei's heart, she became more and more curious about Li Feng. After Yi Changwei left, Wang Luoyu hurriedly left her residence and went to look for Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, that Meng Yujing of the Azure Water City's Meng clan won't cause trouble, right? After all, he has a new supreme expert behind him. When Wang Luoyu saw Duan Lingtian, she voiced her concern. If that ultimate powerhouse were to take action for him, elder brother Duan, I'm afraid you would be in great danger. How about we change our plan? Although Wang Luoyu also wanted to escape the cage that was the Wang family, she did not wish for anything to happen to the kind-hearted youth in front of her. In her opinion, it was already very difficult for the other party to fulfill his promise to her brother. She didn't want to see the other party throwing himself into danger. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's proceed according to the original plan. Not to mention the fact that the ultimate master might not personally make a move for him. Even if he did, the Wang family is not to be trifled with. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart. Originally, half a month later, even if the Wang clan invited those supreme experts who were familiar with the ancestors of the Wang clan, they might not necessarily show up. But now, for the sake of safety, the Wang clan would definitely invite at least one supreme expert to hold the fort. After all, the peerless genius named Li Feng was far more valuable in the eyes of the Wang clan than the mere threat from the Azure Water City's Meng clan. Duan Lingtian explained the pros and cons to Wang Luoyu. Only then did Wang Luoyu relax. At the same time, she felt that this person whom her brother Wang Yiyuan had entrusted before his death was far more reliable than she had imagined. On the other side, Meng Yujing had never imagined that even if the Wang clan's Grand Elder came personally, he would act like the Wang clan leader, Wang Kuei. Not only did he not support him in marrying Wang Luoyu, but he also did not allow him to forcibly meet the youth named Li Feng. Although only the Wang clan's Grand Elder came, the other party's meaning was very clear. He alone was enough to represent the two Wang clan's Grand Elders. That old fellow named Wang Jingrao. I didn't expect him to act like Wang Kuei and not show any respect to me and the ancestor. Currently, Meng Yujing was personally sent out of the Wang clan by Wang Kuei. Although Wang Kuei had invited him to attend the wedding of Wang Luoyu and another man in half a month's time, it was no different from humiliation. Therefore, after Meng Yujing left the Wang clan and found an inn in Blue Sky City to stay, he was extremely embarrassed and furious. This won't do. I can't let this matter rest. I can't take this lying down. The more Meng Yujing thought about it, the angrier he became. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Uncle Tan, can you contact the ancestor and ask him to personally come to the Wang clan in half a month's time to pressure the Wang clan? The middle-aged man was none other than the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Shoting. He had come with Meng Yujing. When Meng Yujing was sent out of the Wang clan, he was sent out as well. When Tan Shoting heard Meng Yujing's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. I've already reported this matter to the Honorable Lord. The Honorable Lord is very angry that the Wang clan did not show him any respect. As for whether the Honorable Lord will personally come in half a month's time, that will depend on the Honorable Lord himself. Tan Shoting paused for a moment before he continued. Moreover, the Honorable Lord also said, the Wang clan would definitely not support a foreign boy for no reason. That kid most likely has an extraordinary background or something special. Moreover, although the Wang clan no longer has any supreme powerhouses, if anything happens to the Wang clan, the few supreme powerhouses that the ancestor of the Wang clan is on good terms with who are still alive might not just stand by and do nothing. Tan Shoting's words made Meng Yujing feel even more aggrieved. He suddenly felt that having a supreme powerhouse as his backing was not as good as before. Humph! Meng Yujing's eyes flashed as he thought of the blow he had suffered from the Wang clan today. The ancestor is afraid of the Wang clan, but I am not afraid of that guy called Li Feng. This is the Sky Sand territory. He is someone from outside the Sky Sand territory. Even if he is a dragon crossing the river, in front of our Zhonglan City's Meng clan, he still has to be obedient. In half a month's time, I'd like to see what kind of person he is. I'd like to see if he can withstand the anger and threat of our Zhonglan City's Meng clan. He is the husband of a lowly female descendant of the Wang clan. If something really happens to him, will the Wang clan really fall out with me and even our Zhonglan City's Meng clan? When a person dies, a lot of value will no longer exist. As Meng Yujing muttered to himself, his expression became more and more ferocious. His eyes were filled with killing intent as if he was about to devour someone. Uncle Tan. Perhaps I misspoke when I said that I would give you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. What I'm thinking is that if you can help me get rid of that brat who's going to marry Wang Luoyu in half a month, I'll lend you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity so that you can use it to comprehend and become a Supreme Powerhouse or an invincible higher Supreme God. At that time, you can return it to me. Meng Yujing's expression turned serious as he said this. Of course, if you agree, Uncle Tan, you'll have to make a heavenly blood oath and promise that you'll return the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity to me after you become a Supreme Powerhouse or an invincible higher Supreme God. Otherwise, even if you kill that Li Feng, I won't lend you the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity. The heavenly blood oath was a kind of oath in the outer realm. Once it was fulfilled, one would be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Once the oath was broken, even if one fled the outer realm and hid in the land of the infinite worlds, it would be difficult to escape death. In the land of the infinite worlds, unless one was a supreme powerhouse, it was difficult to make a heavenly blood oath with blood. Therefore, the heavenly blood oath was rarely mentioned in the land of the infinite worlds. Moreover, in the land of the infinite worlds, it was usually the supreme powerhouses who maintained the order. For example, in the God-reversing realm, there were supreme powerhouses who maintained the oath. At the same time, Tan Shoting, who heard Meng Yujing's words, frowned slightly at first, but after a while, he relaxed. I can promise you this. As for whether Meng Yujing would go back on his word after the matter was done, he was not worried because even if Meng Yujing was protected by a supreme powerhouse, he would not dare to say that he would be followed and protected everywhere. There was no benefit in offending Tan Shouting. Moreover, now that Tan Shouting was under the command of the supreme powerhouse Meng Tianfeng, he could be considered half a member of the Meng family. Meng Yujing would not tease him about this matter. "Thank you, Uncle Tan." Meng Yujing smiled brightly. He did not expect Tan Shouting to reject him because he knew how tempting the supreme powerhouse's divinity was to him. Tan Shouting was also a well-known figure in the Sky Sand realm. People called him the Azure Flame Saber Monarch, and he was famous for being arrogant and unruly. If not for the fact that the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Meng family was also proficient in the law of fire, someone as arrogant and unruly as him might not have been willing to become a subordinate. In the past, there had been supreme powerhouses born in the Sky Sand realm, but no one had heard of him doing anything. Obviously, he was not very willing to become a subordinate of a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he had heard from the Meng family's ancestor that Tan Shouting had become his subordinate because he wanted to consult him about the law of fire. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that he had been targeted by Meng Yujing of the Meng family of Kanglan City, whom he had refused to meet. Furthermore, he was going to hire someone to kill him. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. Some people say that if someone has mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth to the extreme, even if their nomological profundity has only reached the perfection realm, their strength may not be inferior to those who have mastered the laws to the perfection realm. If one has mastered the laws to the perfection realm and mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm, one's strength may reach the level of invincibility below the ultimate experts. One may even be able to fight against an ordinary ultimate expert. Of course, what Duan Lingtian said to himself at the end was just speculation that he had read in some ancient books. The real situation was not necessarily so. Moreover, an ordinary person can become an ultimate expert without mastering the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm. How many people can give up the opportunity to become an ultimate expert and continue to study the four Tao of heaven and earth to the perfection realm with the cultivation of a high-level supreme god? Even if everyone knows that studying the four Tao of heaven and earth will become more difficult after becoming an ultimate expert. Chapter 44-31. Duan Lingtian still had a long way to go before he could become an ultimate expert. However, from another point of view, it was almost inevitable that he would become an ultimate expert. Putting aside the fact that he had mastered an extraordinary sword Tao, which was enough for him to become an omnipotent expert, even the 5 divine elements in his body would be able to push him forward and become an omnipotent expert as long as he could improve further. Many higher ultimate gods sought the opportunity to become an ultimate expert, but it seemed to be worthless to Duan Lingtian. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not have much desire to become an ultimate expert. What he desired most now was to become an invincible higher godly venerable. The number of invincible higher ultimate gods in the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms was far less than an ultimate expert. It was even said that the number of invincible higher ultimate gods was less than 1/10 of the number of ultimate experts. What did this mean? Under such a concept, one could see how precious invincible higher ultimate gods were. In the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms, there's a saying, if you're confident of becoming an invincible higher ultimate god, it's best not to rush to become an ultimate expert. This is because once you become an ultimate expert, whether it's the 4 Tao of heaven and earth or the law profundity, it'll be a world of difference compared to before you break through. The ideal situation is to reach the perfection stage in the law profundity and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth before seeking a breakthrough. However, in the history of the outer realm and even the land of the 10,000 realms, such an existence has never appeared. There's a legend that if such an existence appears in the land of the 10,000 realms, he'll have the strength of a universe master as soon as he breaks through to the ultimate expert realm. The universe master realm is the name of the ultimate expert realm. In the land of the 10,000 realms, There are only a few dozen people who can reach this level. If a person has the strength of a universe master as soon as he breaks through to become an ultimate expert, what does that mean? Just thinking about it made Duan Lingtian's scalp tingle. After coming to the outer realm, as he gained a deeper understanding of the outer realm, he also gained a deeper understanding of the outer realm. He learned a lot of things about the outer realm. This included the fact that once one became an ultimate expert, it was extremely difficult to increase one's strength. Among the ultimate experts, there were different levels. The ultimate experts of the Universe Master realm were the top existences among the ultimate experts. It is said that, in the vast myriad worlds, only the 3 most powerful realms and the 18 realms below them have such existences. It is because of this that the 21 realms are able to dominate the myriad worlds and even make the other realms willingly submit to them and even offer up the realm power of their realms. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought of something else. Universe Masters are so powerful. If they are willing to help, they should be able to forcibly remove the soul imprisonment in Ker's body, right? If they can, when I become an invincible higher ultimate god, I just have to choose to work under a Universe Master and let that expert help me. Ker will be able to successfully free herself from the soul imprisonment. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. At the same time, his desire to become an invincible higher ultimate god became even more resolute. He could not wait to cultivate and comprehend the precepts. Of course, after a moment of restlessness, he quickly calmed down. Now, I should first deal with the matter that Wang Yuan asked me to do. When both of them saw Duan Lingtian, it was obvious that they were momentarily stunned. The young burly man behind them stared at Duan Lingtian with wide eyes. Qi Ming Mountain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked by the 2 people in front of him who came from the Qi Ming Mountain. When he heard the voice mention the name, Tameng Sha, he only felt that it sounded familiar. He didn't think much of it. However, when the young burly man stared at him with his sharp eyes and unruly gaze, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the scenes that happened in Dancing Sun City. At that time, he had defeated a giant ape, but he did not take its life. That giant ape, it seemed to be called Tameng Sha. It's him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also confirmed the identity of the middle-aged burly man in front of Tameng Sha. He was one of the 3 great demons who followed the demon master from Qi Ming Mountain to flatten Dancing Sun City. Qi Ming Mountain was one of the demon master's 3 great right-hand men. When he was still in Dancing Sun City, he only knew that Qi Ming Mountain was very strong, but he didn't know how strong Qi Ming Mountain was. It was not until later that he found out that any of the 3 great demons under Qi Ming Mountain's Qi Ming Demon Venerable had the strength of an invincible high-level ultimate god. Greetings, Senior Taiyu. Wang Kuei, the Wang clan leader, said respectfully. This confirmed Duan Lingtian that Taiyu's strength was close to that of an invincible high-level ultimate god. Until now, there were only a few guests who could make Wang Kuei so respectful. This showed how important Taiyu was in Wang Kuei's heart. Haha, clan leader Wang, congratulations. Our demon master is busy and can't leave, so he ordered me to participate in this grand wedding of yours. I hope the Wang clan won't take offense. Taiyu laughed. His laughter was as loud as thunder, attracting the attention of many guests who were walking in front of him. However, when these people saw Taiyu's face clearly, fear appeared in their eyes one after another. Qi Ming Mountain. Taiyu. This was a powerful great demon with a bad temper. Anyone who had provoked him in the past would not have a good ending. Senior Taiyu, you must be joking. Your presence brings light to the Wang clan's humble dwelling. Wang Kuei grinned warmly and introduced Duan Lingtian to Taiyu. Senior Taiyu, this is one of the main characters of our Wang clan today, Li Feng. Brother Li Feng, say hello to Senior Taiyu. Wang Kuei said. At this moment, Taiyu's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, giving Duan Lingtian a slight pressure. However, it was only a slight pressure. Duan Lingtian looked at Taiyu and smiled. Li Feng greets Senior Taiyu. It's been a long time since we last met. Senior Taiyu is still as elegant as ever. Wang Kuei was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 44-33. Not killing him? Who could not understand the meaning behind this? That was because Li Feng was able to kill Ta Mengsha, but he didn't kill him. However, even though it sounded like a huge favor, Wang Kuei's expression changed when he heard this. It was as if he had guessed what was going to happen next. Even those who had come to watch the show were watching the development of the situation with great interest. Taiyu from the Qiming Mountain actually asked his adopted son, Ta Mengsha, to thank the son-in-law of the Wang clan for sparing his life. This person almost killed Ta Mengsha. He is not even 10,000 years old, and yet he is so powerful. Amazing. I just don't know if Taiyu will stand up for his adopted son. I don't think so. Didn't you hear what Taiyu said? He even thanked the other party for sparing his adopted son's life? Isn't that sarcastic? Although we can't see Taiyu's anger now, who can be sure that this is not the calm before the storm? Other than the Wang clan members who were on high alert, the rest of the people were just watching the show. After all, this had nothing to do with them. It was a matter between the son-in-law of the Wang clan and the Qiming Mountain. Li Feng, thank you for sparing my life. Ta Mengsha frowned. In the end, he stepped forward and thanked Duan Lingtian under the gaze of his adopted father. However, his frown did not ease for a long time. One day, I will defeat you, Ta Mengsha said proudly. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. I look forward to that day. Defeat him? Did Ta Mengsha think that he had used all his strength in the past? Right now, even if Taiyu personally attacked him, he would still be able to escape unscathed, let alone Ta Mengsha. If he was given more time to improve his strength, he would not be afraid of Taiyu. He might even be able to defeat him. Wang clan leader. At this time, Taiyu looked at Wang Kuei again and said with a sigh, I really didn't expect that the son-in-law of the Wang family is this little brother. Let me congratulate the Wang family in advance for having such a powerful son-in-law. The aptitude of a supreme expert. Taiyu's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They didn't expect Taiyu to have such a high opinion of the Wang family's son-in-law. Of course, most people felt that Taiyu was just being polite. Thank you for your praise, Senior Taiyu. Wang Kuei thanked Taiyu on behalf of Duan Lingtian. Taiyu continued, I'm not praising him. This is what the demon venerable said to us personally. He said that this little brother has the potential to become an omnipotent expert. After Taiyu's explanation, the entire place was in an uproar. No one had expected that the Qiming monster venerable of the Qiming Mountain, a powerful omnipotent expert, would praise a young man who was not even 10,000 years old. For a moment, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. After all, this was someone who was acknowledged by even the most powerful beings. Perhaps, in the future, the second most powerful person in the Wang clan would be him. At this time, Duan Lingtian just smiled faintly and looked at Taiyu, saying, Senior Taiyu, please send my regards to Lord Demon Venerable. In the past, I left in a hurry because I had something urgent to attend to, so I didn't pay my respects to Lord Demon Venerable. I hope he can forgive me. At this time, Duan Lingtian was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by the Qiming monster venerable of the Qiming Mountain in the Dancing Sun City. He didn't know if the Qiming monster venerable didn't have the time to deal with him or if he didn't want to bother with him. Okay. Taiyu responded and then led Ta Mengsha inside. As he walked, he looked back at Duan Lingtian and said with a friendly smile, Little brother Li Feng, if you have time in the future, you can come find me at the Qiming Mountain anytime. I'm sure Lord Demon Venerable would like to meet little brother Li Feng. At this time, Taiyu was much more polite. The reason for his politeness was because before he came, He had heard that the Wang clan did not even give face to the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan in the Azure Water City because of Li Feng. It was obvious the Wang clan's son-in-law's background was not simple. It was only when he saw the Wang clan's son-in-law that he realized he had seen him before. He had even spared his foster son, Ta Meng Sha, when the Qiming Mountain destroyed the Dancing Sun City. It was precisely because he knew the other party was outstanding and he guessed the other party had an extraordinary background that Ta Yu's attitude toward Duan Lingtian was much better. Of course, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. He only returned to his senses after Ta Yu and Ta Meng Sha's silhouettes disappeared from his sight. He continued to welcome the guests with Wang Kuei. Soon after, Wang Kuei frowned slightly. This was because the two people walking over were the people from the Meng clan in the Azure Water City, Meng Yujing and the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Shouting. Humph! Meng Yujing brought Tan Shouting forward and stopped in front of Wang Kuei. He did not look at Wang Kuei but looked at Duan Lingtian instead. His eyes were filled with coldness and unwillingness. Clan leader Wang, is this the husband your Wang clan chose for Wang Luoyu? Meng Yujing asked as he glanced at Wang Kuei indifferently. Wang Kuei looked deeply at Meng Yujing and said indifferently, "Young Master Meng, if you're here as a guest, the Wang clan welcomes you. However, if you're here to cause trouble, please leave the Wang clan." Wang Kuei's tone was extremely domineering. Clan leader Wang. Tan Shouting, who was standing behind Meng Yujing, spoke while Meng Yujing was frowning. Young Master Meng Yujing came here on behalf of the Honorable One. You want him to leave the Wang clan because the Wang clan doesn't welcome the Honorable One? Tan Shouting mentioned the new supreme powerhouse behind the Meng clan as soon as he spoke. In just a blink of an eye, the atmosphere became tense. When Wang Kuei heard Tan Shouting's words, he did not rush to explain. Instead, he smiled faintly. I, Wang Kuei, believe that if Senior Meng Tianfeng came here personally, he would definitely not be as aggressive as young Master Meng. I, Wang Kuei, and even the Wang clan, respect Senior Meng Tianfeng very much. After all, he was the clan leader of the Wang clan. He knew how to be polite. Humph, let's go. Seeing that Wang Kuei was not easy to deal with, Meng Yujing snorted coldly and led Tan Shouting inside. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to attend the wedding of Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng, and Wang Luoyu. Brother Li Feng. Wang Kuei comforted Duan Lingtian. That Meng Yujing is a good-for-nothing. Originally, Yi Changwei didn't even look at Duan Lingtian because she was worried that her heart would be even more shaken. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian take the initiative to greet her, she raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Yes, we meet again. I just didn't expect you to be the big brother Li Feng that Luoyu mentioned. Wei you're acquainted with this brother Li Feng? Yi Chang was slightly surprised. On the other hand, the Wang clan leader Wang Kuei was slightly surprised as well. Miss Yi is acquainted with brother Li Feng? If Yi Changwei was acquainted with their Wang clan's son-in-law, Li Feng, because of Wang Luoyu, he wouldn't be surprised. However, now it seemed like she wasn't acquainted with Li Feng because of Wang Luoyu. Father. At this moment, Yi Changwei looked at Yi Chang, who was beside her, and said in a slightly lowered voice, Big brother Li Feng is the young genius who saved my mother-in-law and me on the way here that day. This sentence caused Yi Chang to turn pale with fright. Previously, he had heard from his daughter how powerful the person who saved her was. He was definitely not weaker than Yi Chang. At that time, his daughter had also said that the person should be less than 10,000 years old. To have such strength before the age of 10,000 was truly shocking. Before he came, he was already filled with curiosity about the young genius. However, he didn't expect to see him here and under such circumstances. At this moment, he finally understood why the Wang clan was willing to take the risk of offending the Meng clan of Kanglan City and still insisted on betrothing Wang Luoyu to this person before him. It turned out that the person before him was such a heaven-defying existence. Based on how heaven-defying the other party was, his background must be extraordinary as well. The Wang clan has really found a treasure this time. Yi Cheng sighed in his heart. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at his daughter, Yi Changwei, who was beside him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Wei can find such a husband, even if I'm no longer around in the future, I won't have to worry about her future. Although Yi Changwei deliberately lowered her voice, he still heard her words. For a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. When she looked at Yi Cheng again, she saw the shock in his eyes. It seems like Brother Li Feng's strength won't be able to be concealed for long. Wang Kuei thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Cheng, who had regained his senses, looked at Wang Kuei and smiled. Patriarch Wang, congratulations to the Wang clan for obtaining a son-in-law. Thank you, Elder Yi Cheng. Wang Kuei smiled and thanked him. Elder Yi Cheng, please come in. The ceremony will begin soon. Please go in and take your seat. All right. Yi Cheng responded and led Yi Changwei and the old woman away. Before he left, he specially bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. Brother Li Feng will go in first. See you later. Take care, Elder Yi Cheng. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he watched the 3 members of the Ye clan leave. Chapter 44-35. After Yi Changwei entered the arena with her father, she temporarily left him. According to her, today was the day her good sister, Wang Luoyu, got married. As her elder sister, she had to accompany Wang Luoyu. Yi Cheng did not think there was anything wrong with this. It was to the extent that when he realized Wang Luoyu's husband, Li Feng, was a peerless monster, he wished his daughter would have a closer relationship with Wang Luoyu. Therefore, he agreed to his daughter's request without the slightest hesitation. As for Yi Changwei, who was leaving Kargalik, that old woman was still following behind her like a shadow. Young Mississippi, perhaps Yi Cheng did not know his daughter's thoughts. But the old woman who was always by Yi Changwei's side could vaguely guess Yi Changwei's current feelings. Some people are just passers-by. Don't take it to heart. She knew that her young miss had a favorable impression of that young man who called himself Duan Ling Tian. Although her young miss didn't mention it, as someone who had experienced it before, it wasn't difficult for her to notice. Granny, why don't you think he told me his real name? Yi Changwei was slightly disappointed. So his name was Li Feng, not Duan Ling Tian. Why did he lie to her? Was she not even worthy of a word of truth? Young miss, don't think too much. The old woman shook her head and said, since young Master Li Feng did not tell you his real name, it means he must have his own concerns. You should understand him. Moreover, he's going to become young Miss Luoyu's husband soon. From today onwards, there will be a lot of interactions between the two of you. The old woman continued. Of course, the old woman's words had a double meaning. She was clearly telling her young miss that Li Feng was already taken and hinting her young miss to stop thinking too much. She knew her young miss was arrogant. In the past, she had never beamed with joy in front of men of the same age. Only that young man, Li Feng, made her young miss unable to forget. Yes. Yi Changwei's delicate body trembled slightly. He's going to be Sister Luoyu's husband soon. Speaking of which, from today onwards, he's my brother-in-law. Granny, I'm fine. Now let's go find Luoyu. Since her brother is no longer around, I will accompany her on behalf of her brother and watch her get married. Yi Changwei said. Hearing her young miss's words, the old woman secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded. She could tell that her mistress had let it go. Even if it was only for a moment, as long as there was enough time, she believed that her young miss would be able to let it go completely. Sister Rose. Wang Luoyu, who was preparing at the back, was surrounded by a group of people. There were also 3 or 4 women who were in charge of adjusting her makeup. Although her makeup was not done yet, her appearance today was far better than her usual self. Even if the Duan Lingtian were here, looking at Wang Luoyu now, he might feel that she had some experience. Sister Luo Yu, you're so beautiful. Even Yi Changwei, who was also a woman, couldn't help but smile when she saw Wang Luoyu. Big Sister Rose, since you came with Uncle Yi, then you should have already met Big Brother Li Feng, right? Wang Luoyu asked Yi Changwei with a smile as she cooperated with the women around her. She knew that her big sister Rose was full of curiosity towards her big brother Li Feng. It was a pity that big brother Li Feng didn't want to meet her. Now she could finally get what she wanted. Yes, I met him. Yi Changwei nodded. Sister Luoyu, do you still remember that I told you that I was saved by a young expert on my way here? Wang Luoyu nodded with a face full of fear. Luckily, that big brother saved you. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what would have happened to you. Wang Luoyu still had a face full of fear when she thought about that incident. After all, although he had seen the old man in front of him back then, it was only once. At that time, the other party was already an important figure in the Meng clan of Kanglan City. When he came to the Wang clan as a guest, the Wang clan leader had personally accompanied him. On the other hand, he was just a young man. At that time, I could tell that you were different from ordinary young men. Later, when I heard that you had become the Wang clan leader, I mentioned this to a few old friends and praised myself for having a good eye. Meng Tianfeng smiled faintly and said, Clan leader Wang, let's end our small talk here. There are many old friends of mine here. Let me greet them. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tianfeng's figure flashed, and he was already in the open space below. In the next moment, more than a dozen figures went up to greet Meng Tianfeng. Brother Meng, congratulations. Brother Meng, I personally went to Kanglan City to congratulate you. But because you were in seclusion, I didn't dare to disturb you. I only wanted to visit again in the future, but I didn't expect to meet you here in advance. Brother Meng, how have you been? Before Meng Tianfeng became an ultimate powerhouse, he was an important figure in the Meng clan of Kanglan City. He had also trained outside for many years and made many connections, so he had many friends outside. Among them, there was no lack of people from the ultimate forces. At the same time, the Meng clan's disciple, Meng Yujing, also walked over with Tan Shoting and bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Yujing greets the ancestor. Supreme Lord. Tan Shoting also bowed respectfully to Meng Tianfeng. Then he took a few steps forward and stood behind Meng Tianfeng respectfully. Seeing the famous Azure Flame Saber Monarch in the Sky Sand Territory act like this, Meng Tianfeng's group of old friends had complicated expressions. The Azure Flame Saber Monarch was not weaker than them. In fact, he was even stronger than them. They had befriended him as equals. But now he had become Meng Tianfeng's follower. Just now, although Meng Tianfeng did not put on any airs, the pressure from the aura of an ultimate powerhouse made them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. After greeting him, they had the urge to quickly leave. They knew that Meng Tianfeng was no longer people of the same world as them. As long as they did not step into the ultimate realm, they could not be the same as before in front of Meng Tianfeng. Ancestor, that guy is the one who is going to marry the daughter of the Wang clan, Wang Luoyu. His name is Li Feng. He knows that I'm from the Meng clan of Kanglan City and that the Meng clan has an existence like you. But he still doesn't give me or the Meng clan any face. Meng Yujing complained to Meng Tianfeng as soon as he opened his mouth. At this moment, Meng Tianfeng's group of old friends, who were just about to find an excuse to leave, raised their eyebrows. It seemed that the rumors might really be true. Chapter 44-38. Even the Azure Flame Saber King, Tan Shouting, who was standing behind Meng Tianfeng, was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He had always thought that the person in front of him was angry that the Wang clan in Lanshao City did not give him face by not marrying Wang Luoyu to his direct descendant, Meng Yujing. He had thought that this person was here to cause trouble for the Wang clan. He did not expect that after Meng Yujing complained, he would reprimand him and even ask him to apologize to the Wang clan's son-in-law. What's going on? Tan Shouting and Meng Yujing were not the only ones who were stunned. Everyone else was stunned as well. This was especially true for the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. He also thought that Meng Tianfeng had come to look for trouble, and he was even prepared to send a message to get support. However, he never expected that Meng Tianfeng would actually change the topic and say something that everyone found unbelievable when Meng Yujing took the initiative to complain, and almost everyone thought that he would stand up for Meng Yujing. He actually asked his direct descendant, Meng Yujing, to apologize to Li Feng. Moreover, when he mentioned Li Feng, he even addressed Li Feng as young friend Li Feng. After all, this was a supreme powerhouse. Could it be that he knows about brother Li Feng's background? At this moment, Wang Kuei could only think of this possibility. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you going? Meng Tianfeng looked at Meng Yujing indifferently. Although his tone was calm, when it entered Meng Yujing's ears, it was like a huge bell that shook his heart. In the next moment, even though Meng Yujing was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to hesitate. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked toward the bridegroom today, Duan Lingtian, whose alias was Li Feng. Li Feng, I'm sorry. Once again arriving in front of Duan Lingtian, Meng Yujing no longer had the arrogance from before. Although the depths of his eyes still contained unwillingness and anger, he did not dare to show it on the surface. As for Duan Lingtian, when faced with Meng Yuzheng's apology, he instead said indifferently, "Young Master Meng, I don't think you've done anything wrong to me. Everyone has a heart that loves beauty. I can understand." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Yuzheng took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. He returned behind Meng Tianfeng and stood side by side with Tan Shouting. As for Meng Tianfeng himself, his gaze was also on Duan Lingtian. He nodded and smiled at the Duan Lingtian. "Little friend Li Feng, I heard that you came from outside the heavenly sand realm. I think the faction behind you is not ordinary." As soon as Meng Tianfeng said this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Senior, you flatter me. The power behind me is definitely incomparable to the current Meng family of Kanglan City." Incomparable. When Duan Lingtian said this, it sounded like he was being modest. However, when it entered the ears of Meng Tianfeng and Wang Kuei, it was completely different. Incomparable. Was the power behind Li Feng incomparable to the Meng family? Or was the Meng family incomparable to the power behind him? There was a double meaning in his words. At this moment, Wang Kuei was also somewhat stunned. So this old fart Meng Tianfeng doesn't know about brother Li Feng's background? If he knew, he would not have said such a thing. There was no need for that. It was better to just get close to him. However, if that was the case, why was Meng Tianfeng so polite to brother Li Feng? Wang Kuei could not understand. Could it be because my Wang family's attitude towards brother Li Feng is different? Although this could explain some things, it should not be enough to make a supreme expert like Meng Tianfeng lower his head. There must be some other reason. My young friend Li Feng, you are too humble. At this time, Meng Tianfeng looked at Wang Kuei and said with a faint smile, "I'm here to congratulate the Wang family on this marriage and to pay a visit to the inherited Heaven Sword. Senior Situ, Patriarch Wang, please tell him that I, Meng Tianfeng, want to meet Senior Situ. I have some questions about cultivation that I need to ask him for help." It was a complete accident that Meng Tianfeng knew that the inherited Heaven Sword had come to the Wang family. This was because he had gone to the inherited Heaven Sword's cultivation ground at around the same time and was told that the inherited Heaven Sword had already left. It should be noted that the inherited Heaven Sword rarely left its place of practice. It was usually in secluded cultivation. This time, it had left at this time, so it was easy to imagine its destination. It was also at this moment that he guessed that the inherited heaven sword was most likely taken away by the Wang family of Langxiaking. Just now, when he saw the reaction of the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Kuei, he confirmed his guess. The inherited heaven sword, Situ Lei, was in the Wang family, Senior Meng. At the same time, Wang Kuei spoke after a moment of silence. Senior Situ wants you to meet him. Please follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kuei led the way. Meng Tianfeng followed closely behind him. A wedding was completely interrupted with the arrival of Meng Tianfeng, and the originally festive atmosphere came to an abrupt end. If it were a normal newlywed, they would definitely be angry at Meng Tianfeng for stealing the limelight. However, Duan Lingtian and Wang Luoyu did not feel anything. Instead, it was Yi Changwei who complained unhappily in Wang Luoyu's ear. This new supreme master of the Meng family came at the right time, but it's not bad to see Meng Yujing suffer. He's really a toad lusting after a swan. How can a good-for-nothing like Meng Yujing be worthy of my sister Luoyu? Duan Lingtian was beside Wang Luoyu at this time. When he heard Yi Changwei's words, he did not say anything. Instead, it was Wang Luoyu who comforted Yi Changwei. It was as if the female lead today was not her but Yi Changwei. This was because Yi Changwei was even more annoyed. Duan Lingtian inadvertently looked around and happened to meet Meng Yujing's eyes. It was as if fire was about to shoot out of Meng Yujing's eyes. The hatred in his eyes was even more intense than before. Duan Lingtian did not care about this. He did not care about a good-for-nothing like him. If the Meng family wanted to deal with him, as long as Meng Tianfeng did not personally make a move, no one in the Meng family would be able to stop him. Uncle Tan. Tan Shouding did not leave with Meng Tianfeng. He stood beside Meng Yujing and heard Meng Yujing's words. After today, you can find an opportunity to kill him. As long as you bring his corpse back to me, I'll lend you the paramount divinity to comprehend. I believe in Uncle Tan's methods. The flames of hatred burned in the depths of Meng Yujing's eyes. On the other hand, the flames of greed rose in Tan Shouding's eyes. However, although he yearned for the paramount divinity that was suitable for him to comprehend, Tan Shouding still retained his rationality. Meng Tianfeng's words today are not without reason. This Li Feng is definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the Wang family would not have been able to get the inherited heaven sword for him. Although he, Tan Shouding, was also known as the Azure Flame Saber King. However, in front of the inherited heaven sword, he was only a younger brother among younger brothers. There was no comparison at all. Even before the inherited heaven sword had become an ultimate expert, it would have been extremely easy to kill him. Moreover, the inherited heaven sword had become an ultimate expert and stood at the peak of the heavenly sand realm. Even if I find an opportunity to make a move, I still have to test him. Although it's almost impossible for him to have an ultimate expert protecting him, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have an ultimate expert protecting him. After confirming that he has no one protecting him or that I can deal with the people protecting him, I'll make a move. However, what he did not expect was that a few days later, not long after he walked out of the bridal chamber, he saw the Wang family head, Wang Kuei, rushing over in a hurry. When Wang Kuei saw Duan Lingtian, his gaze was a little ambiguous, but he did not forget about the business at hand. Brother Li Feng, a few days ago, you heard Meng Tianfeng mention Senior Situ. These few days, Senior Situ is planning to leave. Before he left, he said that he wanted to see you, Brother Li Feng. Chapter 44-43. This was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the spiritual blood essence. For this reason, he had no idea what it was. However, when he heard the world-cleansing divine waters exclamation, he realized the spiritual blood essence was not an ordinary item. Of course, just by listening to the words of Situ Lei, the inherited heaven sword, it was enough to show that the essence blood was not an ordinary thing. After all, Situ Lei had said it could save his life at a critical moment. The spiritual blood essence is the blood essence of a supreme powerhouse. You know what a normal blood essence is? It's very precious to humans and other living beings. As for the spiritual colored blood essence, it is specially refined from the blood essence of an ultimate expert. Although the difficulty of refining it is not very high and it does not affect one's cultivation, it still requires a very long time. The world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. It said that it takes a supreme powerhouse more than 10,000 years to refine a drop of spiritual blood essence. More than 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although supreme powerhouses were powerful and lived for a long time, they could easily live for hundreds of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, even a supreme powerhouse who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years could only refine a few dozen drops of spiritual blood essence in his lifetime. However, Situ Lei, the heaven-cleansing divine sword, had given him a drop of spiritual blood essence. Sister Water, what's the use of this spiritual blood essence? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Earlier, Situ Lei, the heaven-cleansing divine sword, had clearly said the spiritual blood essence could save his life at a critical moment. Although Duan Lingtian was reluctant to accept it, he could not help but feel a little moved. At most, he would owe Situ Lei a favor and repay him in the future. Currently, Duan Lingtian might not have any use for him, but if he became an invincible higher godly venerable one day, Duan Lingtian might need his help. When the time came, he would return the favor. As Duan Lingtian waited expectantly, the world-cleansing divine water said, "You can summon the supreme powerhouse's spirit blood essence after you use your divine energy and the law of space to evaporate it. You can use the spirit blood essence as a portal for the supreme powerhouse. It can allow the supreme powerhouse to appear at the scene directly." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his breathing quickened. What does this mean? This meant that he could call out a powerhouse at any time. Moreover, he wasn't the weakest among the strongest. Of course, there are also restrictions. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "If you accept his blood essence, you'll be able to summon him anywhere in the outer world. However, he won't be able to appear in the secret realms where supreme experts can't enter. In addition, there's no way to make him appear in any of the realms, unless he's in the same realm as you." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, "Sister Water, do you mean I can summon Senior Situ Lei to help me as long as it's not a place where supreme powerhouses can't enter?" "Yes," the world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not reject Situ Lei's gift of the inherited heaven sword after he found out what the soul-bearing blood essence meant. "Senior," Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn as he said, "The soul force blood essence you gave me is indeed a life-saving treasure, so I won't refuse. However, if I don't need your help, I'll return it to you when I no longer need your help." However, I am also really worried. Before Tan Shoting finished speaking, he was interrupted by Meng Yuzheng. Uncle Tan, there is no need to explain. I can understand. Where did you kill the floating mirror image of Li Feng? Show me quickly. Tan Shoting glanced at Meng Yuzheng indifferently. Whether you believe it or not, this is all true. I do as you wish. After the young master leaves Wang's house and Lan Xiaoqing, I will hunt him down. Hearing Tan Shoting said this, Meng Yuzheng couldn't help yelling. Tan Shoting, you are an idiot. Didn't you say that you will only attack him if you confirm that there is no strong protector around him? Now, Meng Yuzheng guessed that it must be when Tan Shoting took action against Li Feng. Li Feng had a stronger shelter around him than Tan Shoting. This was the only way for Tan Shoting to come home. And under Li Feng's intimidation, put him in the army. In his opinion, this is Tan Xiatang's idiot stupid, and he will rashly attack Li Feng when he is not sure that Li Feng has strong protection by his side. Hey! Faced with Meng Yuzheng's yelling curse, Tan Shoting snorted, Meng Yuzheng, you were not born when Tan Shoting was in the Sand Realm. I, Tan Shoting, can live with this body of cultivation. Do you think it will be as stupid as you think? Naturally, I will attack the young master after confirming that there is no strong protector by his side. Speaking of this, Tan Shoting glanced at Duan Lingtian with respect, and said with complicated eyes, it's just that, I never expected that the strength of the young master has reached the point where it is close to the invincible high-ranking god. Less than long live close to the existence of an invincible high-ranking god. Easily defeat me. If it were not for the mercy of the young master, I would not be alive now. Every word of Tan Shoting now fell into Meng Yuzheng's ears, making Meng Yuzheng's heart tremble. Less than long live, close to the invincible high-ranking deity? Tan Shoting. Meng Yuzheng stared at Tan Shoting with a face full of disbelief. Do you think, if you say these things, I will believe it? A person who is less than long live can have the strength close to the invincible high-ranking god? Not to mention looking at the Tiansha realm, it is looking at the entire outside world, or even the 10,000 realms. I have never heard of anyone who can have the strength close to the invincible high-ranking at the age of less than long live. The current Meng Yuzheng, in fact, has some faith deep in his heart. Because Tan Shoting and Li Feng have obviously won, at this time, there is no need to deceive him. Even this answer is consistent with the previous Lan Xiaoqing Wang family's attitude. If Li Feng is so enchanting, Lan Xiaoqing Wang's family chooses Li Feng instead of him, it can be explained. It's just that he doesn't want to admit that he is so much worse than a peer of the same age. At this moment, if Duan Lingtian knew Meng Yuzheng's thoughts, he would definitely be tempted to tell him. In fact, Duan Lingtian is now not only long-lived, but even less than 2,000 years old. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not.